to put a foot down. The Bucks and Diamondbacks battle right now on Root Sports.
After the Pirates got an education by Robbie Ray last night, it's an education day here as the kids coming into PNC Park. It's the series finale between the Pirates and the Arizona Diamondbacks this afternoon from PNC Park. And welcome into the booth. Joe Block and Steve Blass with you here today. And for the Pirates yesterday, one of those nights where you run into a really tough pitcher in Robbie Ray. And back at it again here today with a chance to win this series. And today it's Chad Kuhl, who has been, 2 starts ago, very good. Last start, not as good. He really has to find that consistency.
He really does, because if he wants to stay in the rotation, it's got to be better. The numbers have not been good over the last 8 starts in ERA with that really high number. It's almost tough to say it. Even the last 4 starts, he's given up a total of 15 runs in 18 innings. So it's got to get better. He's a guy that pitches better at 93 and 94 with the movement rather than try to blow the ball by people. But he's still got that 97-mile-an-hour fastball in his back pocket if and when he needs it. That needs to be a strikeout pitch upstairs. Otherwise, keep the ball down for Chad Kuhl.
And we know about the Diamondbacks' big bats, but they've been one of the best pitching teams so far this season. Zach Godley, no exception.
Yeah, they bought him up from AAA. He's doing a good job down at the AAA level. They bought him up, and in 5 starts, he has only given up 7 runs, including a really good outing against the Milwaukee Brewers last time out, 6 scoreless innings. So he's a sinker ball pitcher. He's best when he's downstairs, and we've got to find something to get our bats going against these Diamondback pitchers.
Yeah, the Pirates ran into a buzzsaw in Robbie Ray last night. Here today, they got a chance to conclude the homestand with the victory. It's the Pirates and the Diamondbacks coming up next right here on Root Sports. Here from the ballpark, and the Pirates getting ready for this one. Got a chance to take this series from the Diamondbacks, and an opportunity to have a little fun out here today too. It's starting to feel like summer.
Yeah, it really does have that feel, and almost like school is out completely because we've got so many kids here, and that's great on Education Day at the ballpark. And maybe they'll help us figure out how to score some runs against the Diamondbacks after being completely shut down last night. So the kids are out there, the Pirates are out there signing some baseballs, getting ready to play a game before they head out to New York after an off day tomorrow, a weekend series against the Mets. So yeah, another a chance for us. We've done it so many times this year of winning the last game of a series to take the series. So we've got that opportunity this afternoon, but we got to certainly get the bats going, and we've got to have a good outing from Chad Kuhl too. It's time for him to step up if he wants to stay in the rotation. It's as simple as that. The rotation kind of influx with the Tyone situation. So we'll see how that settles down. And as soon as Jameson Tyone is back, he is in. That's for certain. It's just a matter of who's going to be out.
And they line up for the visiting Arizona Diamondbacks today. Torey Lovello pens in his 9 today. Gregor Blanco atop the order with David Peralta, Goldschmidt, and then Lamb. 3 lefties in the top 4. Owings, Iannetta, Descalso getting a start today. Nick Ahmed at short, and then Zach Godley. Lamb red hot in the middle of that Diamondback order. Those lefties in the lineup, that's been a bugaboo for Chad Kuhl. He did very well against the Phillies in that regard, but last time around against the Mets, not as well. 7 hits by lefties alone.
Yep. It is a challenge. Chad Kuhl making start number 11. Overall numbers, it has been a struggle for him to be quite honest. And another thing is he's got to be aware of today, and a lot of people don't talk too much about this Arizona Diamondback team. Very, very good hitting team, but also they're second in the National League in stolen bases, 48. So they have some speed at the top. So he's got to take care of the bats. He's got to take care of base runners, and he's got to have a good start. So the Pirates are looking for that, and they need to play good defense and backup.
The Honda defense today. Frazier back in there with McCutchen and Jaso in the outfield. Jose Osuna there gets a start at first base. Freese, Mercer, and Harrison joining him in the infield, and Francisco Cervelli doing the catching here on this breezy day.
Yep. And the hitters are getting some help. It's kind of blowing out all the way, so all around the ballpark, you get a ball up in the air, it's going to carry. And as a Pirate outfielder, and they're playing deep, so maybe playing deep today is an added plus. Ball's going to be flying.
Ball 1 to start this one to Gregor Blanco.
Not Gregory, Gregor. Yep.
Yes.
I put a Y there, and I had to scratch it out and be in the lineup.
Oh, that's okay. Yep. Just Blanco it out, and you're all set.
Yep. And I had to cross out Polanco, not just Blanco, because Polanco is still out.
Not in the lineup today, but feeling better. And for the Diamondbacks, having him in the order, Blanco for A.J. Pollock, still injured himself. And right off the bat, the lefties swinging hard against Chad Kuhl. And a leadoff double for Blanco. So leadoff man in scoring position right away for Arizona. Second double of the year for Blanco. Hunter Rivers Casino tips to win today. Steve, what you got?
Yeah, you want a cool turnaround because last time out it was a struggle. 4 and a third innings, 5 earned runs. And Frazier, Sunshine Superman, he has been so good with his bat during his playing time in day games. So he's out there in the sunshine. So we'll hope his bat warms up.
First one outside to David Peralta, who has swung a hot bat lately too. 350 in his last 11.
By the way, it's hard to say you want a bat to warm up when Frazier's hitting 330, but he's been slumping a little bit recently, so I want that bat back where it was earlier.
Maybe that pinch hit yesterday will get him going. Talk about Frazier. He's back out there in left field today. Clint Hurdle wanted to give him a little rest after coming back off the DL. Maybe pushed him too much, and why wouldn't you, the way that he was hitting?
A little rest combined with a day game should be a good recipe for Adam.
Good to see a cut and a miss there. Easy call for Gary Cederstrom, who's the crew chief today. Gabe Morales over at first. Adrian Johnson is at second base. Eric Cooper is the umpire over at third this afternoon. We're talking about the lefties against Chad Kuhl in that penultimate start against the Phillies. They never got a hit against him. They were 0 for 11. He only gave up 1 hit in 5 innings. So we know that he can be good. But in his last start against the Mets, yeah, you see that number 340. They slugged 660 against him. The Mets had 7 hits just from the lefties alone that last time around, and he has not retired either lefty here to start the Arizona first.
And now he's running into the heart of this batting order. You got Goldschmidt, Lamb, Owings, 307, 283 with 14 home runs for Lamb, and then 315 for Owings. So right now we don't need that 97-mile-an-hour fastball upstairs. We need that 93, 94 sinker downstairs, hit the top of the ball, get a ground ball, and settle things down here in the top of the first.
Yeah, Goldschmidt did not bat with a man on yesterday. And I mean, that's half the battle against this Arizona team. They're 9th in the among the 30 teams in scoring runs per game, and 3rd best at disallowing runs, run prevention. This is a complete ball club. But the Pirates have held their own against the Diamondbacks this year. They're 3-3 in the season series with a chance to win it today. Their first-year manager Torey Lovullo.
Well, this is a very hot Arizona team coming into this series. Pirates found a way to win the first one. And now Chad's going to have to step off with the second baseman over at second base as Josh was coming over to keep an eye on Blanco. Goldschmidt has hit into just 3 double plays. One of the most dangerous hitters in the National League.
Pulls 0-1. Time to check his swing. Yeah, he went. Gabe Morales says so.
Did he go? Yes, because the umpire said so. You can strike him out. He has struck out 40 times so far this year, so you can get him in that category, and Chad has the advantage now.
I've been noticing it throughout the year, but also here today too. Kuhl is able to pitch to that part of the plate very well, which is inside to a tough hitter, but
yeah, down and into a righty,
but away from lefties. As he goes away that time, slider to strike out Goldschmidt.
Well, that's the advantage of getting out in front of these guys. When you need a strikeout and you're able to get 0-2, now you can play with them a little bit. You got a little wiggle room. You can get a chase. If it's 2-0, it's a completely upside down story. So getting out in front was big to get the first out in this ball game. Best pitch in baseball, strike one.
That's worked throughout the years. Now another lefty in Lamb. He's been very good really all year, among the top 5 in home runs and runs batted in. That's a tough get there. Who do you like better?
I'll take 22.
Yeah. Quite a catch. Now falling behind Lamb.
And by the way, Jake, no relation to a former Pirate pitcher, John Lamb. It's early 70s. 20 home runs before the break last year wasn't good enough to get him on the All-Star team.
Getting hitting for a better batting average this year. Trying to hit lefties a little better.
Nicely done by Chad Kuhl. A little movement down and away, as you were talking about, to the lefties. It would be down and into a right-hander, but that ball is not really hittable. But when it leaves the hand, you haven't seen the effect of that sink yet, and you're thinking it's going to stay up a little higher, and it just keeps rolling down and away.
And he comes back to strike out Lamb.
See, that's that 97 mile an hour you have in your back pocket when you need it. You can't use it all the time. You can't live with that 97 mile an hour fastball. But in given situations, it's great that you have that speed and you can get a big strikeout. That's 2 huge outs here in the top of the first inning against 2 of their so-called best hitters.
I wouldn't say so-called.
I was just going to say that. Let me
I would say absolutely.
They're 2 best hitters. Yeah, good call, Joe.
Chris Owings, probably, if you want to rank him 3rd, yeah, probably.
Yep, so still work to be done. He's taken 2 big steps here to get himself in a position to get out of this. A good breaking ball to start off at bat. Does he want it up? Does he want it down? Cervelli's got the target all over the place, but they come right back. Almost a carbon copy of the first breaking ball. So now, again, out in front 0-2. He's got an opportunity if he wants to use that high fastball now. Or if they're thinking that Owens is thinking along that line, they can stay with a breaking ball. They're in a good spot.
Will this stay in play? Osuna will watch it become a souvenir.
So he's still got that wiggle room. He doesn't have to come in the big part of the plate.
But did so early to get ahead, which,
yeah,
right? I mean,
2 nice breaking balls. Get out in front 0-2. He's still there. Maybe a little cat and mouse game, thinking what Owens is going to think or what Kuhl is going to think, back and forth, pitcher to hitter, hitter to pitcher. Goes back with a breaking ball. That is some pretty clean work right there. Double walk to start off the inning, and then 3 strikeouts. Shut it down. You're saying, what's going on? Leadoff double walk. You're going to the heart of the batting order. Strike 3, strike 3, strike 3. Right in the middle and the heart of the Arizona lineup.
Well, let's get them some runs. The Pirates RAV4 lineup today. Adam Frazier back atop the order. And Harrison and Jaso, numbers 2 and 3. Freese and Cervelli in front of Andrew McCutchen. Since he's been in that 6th spot, he has hit well. I'll say Osuna at first base today. Then Mercer and Kuhl round out the order.
Facing Zach Godley, we'll give you his numbers momentarily. This 27-year-old right-hander out of Bamberg, South Carolina. Started out at AAA, so just the 6 start at the major league level, but he's been very, very good. 1.99 ERA. Yeah.
$1.99. Take it.
Last time against the Milwaukee Brewers, 6 scoreless innings. So, he's done a good job. He's been here for 5 starts. He's given up 7 earned runs. Sinker baller, gets a lot of ground balls.
And he makes quick work of Adam Frazier to start.
Very religious curveball.
I get it. Okay. All right. So the defense today for Arizona. Gregor Blanco manning center field. Descalso and Peralta will flank him out there. Lamb, Ahmed, Owings, and Goldschmidt in the infield with Chris Iannetta doing the catching. He had that pinch hit home run in the opener of this series.
That was not our favorite moment of the series so far. Our least favorite, but we came back and won the game.
A thrilling opener. Josh Harrison swinging a good bat, over 300 again.
This guy, like Robbie Ray, does not waste any time. He's ready to pitch. It does put pressure on the hitters. It rushes them, disrupts their routines sometimes.
We were talking about that before the game, Steve. You brought up a great point that it was probably almost as much that from Ray as it was his great stuff yesterday.
Yeah, he forced our hitters into his pace, into his rhythm, and that disrupts everything. They can hurry you, and you look at, oh my goodness, wait a minute, it's already a 1-2 count. I don't know if I'm ready for all this yet. And at times Robbie Ray also with his fastball looked like he's pitching from 40 feet.
Welcome back.
He declared a weapon.
Yeah, it looked like a jart.
Yeah. Missed the whole lawn, out into the dirt.
Yeah. No points on that one.
I've had that feeling way back in the day of a broken bat and you wind up with a handle. It's such a weird feel because you've had this 34, 35 ounce weapon club in your hand and all of a sudden I've got a stick. Happened to me a lot. Matter of fact.
Well, because you're such a good hitter, they had to jam you all the time.
Yeah, and they did.
Back-to-back Ks for Godley. Now, last night, Pirates swung and missed against Robbie Ray 20 times.
See the bottom fall out of that pitch to a perfect spot on the W.B. Mason strike zone. That's a perfecta. These 2 young right-handers just mowing them down.
And it's them because the Pirates have not been a team that strikes out a lot. They've had a couple of games where the numbers have been high, but the Pirates are among the teams that strike out the fewest. Ray with 16 swings and misses on his fastball yesterday, most by any single pitch by any pitcher so far this year, according to StatCast. So I guess just try to make some contact against Godley right here, although that wasn't much. So another tough customer here today. May we be in for another pitcher's duel. We'll see as we're through an inning. They can pitch too in their hunt for the postseason. No score through an inning here this afternoon. That's Robbie Ray, yesterday's starter. Went the distance, first career shutout.
Did he ever? That was the strongest game I've seen pitched in the last 10 years.
Now the Pirates will try to do that. Our AARP getting to know Chad Kuhl, and for him, 9th round pick out of the University of Delaware, 7th player to reach from Delaware to make the major leagues, and in the minors a 2.84 ERA, which was the 5th best mark over those final 3 seasons in the minors for Chad. He got through a tough jam to start things. A double and a walk, and then he struck out the heart of the order. All swinging.
And a very impressive first delivery right there, by the way. Blew it by him. That game last night, and I went down and told Robbie Ray, I said, that's the strongest game I've seen. Maybe the top 2, maybe the top 1 strongest game I've seen in the last 10 years. It's dominant.
Yeah, there are those games where you look at your team's bats and you go, they just didn't do well. And then there are other games like last night where the other pitcher, you just have to tip the cap.
Yeah. Sometimes it's a gray area. It was not last night. Let the catcher have it.
He obliges.
Yeah, see, the catcher is an athlete. Pitchers aren't athletes. They are pitchers.
Well, Chad Kuhl does have an arm, though. We know that. And in the first inning, with 2 men on and nobody out, Goldschmidt, one of the toughest hitters in all of baseball. And Jake Lamb.
Breaking ball, fastball, breaking ball. So not one-dimensional for Chad as he shut it down with extreme prejudice.
And I would say, I think the first 2 ended up outside the zone, but started kind of in the zone. So it shows you all the movement that he's got.
And that they can't afford to let those pitches go because they're behind in the count. They don't want to be called out.
Is it tougher for a pitcher, especially a young pitcher, that has a lot of movement on his pitches to throw strikes? Well, let's see what happened to Cervelli here. Kind of got him in the weird part of the hand.
Yeah, the glove hand up near the end of the fingers, maybe. Yeah, they can bend your hands back inside the glove. You can still get hurt with that big glove on. But in terms of movement, I think it's easier to throw a straight fastball because it's not doing as much. Where it starts is probably where direction-wise it's going to end up.
Sort takes care of that.
However, there's never bad movement. There's never bad movement. If you're throwing a pitch and it moves, it gives the batter something to deal with. It gives them another challenge. It's not straight.
And then it's not just timing. It's also placement of the ball as that's moving laterally.
And it's not only the type of pitch, but what it's doing.
Well, that's why the Pirates still remain very high on Chad Kuhl. But as you've talked about, Steve, and we've talked about this, that with Jameson Taillon perhaps nearing a return, he's going to go on another rehab assignment coming up on Friday in Indianapolis. But Trevor Williams pitched his best outing his last time around. It's really imperative. I mean, between I would say right Kuhl and Williams. One of those guys will have to come out of the rotation to accommodate Taillon.
Yeah, we're back in spring training.
Or Glass now, I guess.
We're back in spring training again. See who's going to be the number 5 guy.
There's Trevor Williams, pitched very well his last time. Now, Kuhl pitched very well 2 times ago, but has not over the last, let's say.
That's been the aberration rather than than the bad stuff. So, as much as you like him and everything, it's still about production, the results. It's got to come down to results at this level.
Tyler Glasnow will go on Saturday against the Mets.
How many times have we said that evil word potential is one of the most dangerous words in all of sports?
Yeah.
Potential. Because at the major league level in any sport, football, basketball, hockey, it's got to be results when the day settles. And speaking of those other sports, good luck tonight, Pens.
Oh, yes. Game 2 tonight.
Yeah.
Another day of bucks and pucks.
Yep. And if they win this one tonight, that puts them not guaranteed, but boys, that put him in a good place. They like to say that in sports now. He's in a good place. Well, he is where he is. You just hope it's good.
Well, they're going to play in a good place tonight. A lot of weak contact from Kuhl. After that leadoff double, everything's been kept in front of him. And so an easy 1-2-3 inning for Chad Kuhl.
Again.
On Root Sports is brought to you by Allegheny Health Network, the largest health system rated #1 in the region for all the things that matter most. And by Kenny Ross Subaru, total confidence pricing. Let's go Bucks!
And what a gorgeous day here too.
Heading out to Point Park in the fountain down the Ohio.
Arts Fest coming up pretty soon.
Friday. Yep.
Yeah.
Friday. Yep. I don't know the weather forecast, but we hope that it's not raining, although percentages have been against us in recent years. And I don't know about that delivery.
That one near the head of David Freese.
And that is dangerous. That usually gets at least a look. It's got to get the look.
Well, they've both been up and in on him. And in that location is going to draw the ire of the batter.
And he throws him a perfect hook. I mean, it's hard to hold your ground when you've just had a 90-something mile-an-hour fastball at your head. Another breaking ball.
And kind of buckled a bit there. Well, there's been obviously years ago a lot of consternation between the two teams, but that is with past leadership from Arizona. And Randall Delgado started the other day. I went out without a hitch. He hit McCutcheon 3 years ago. And the at-bat continues like normal after a couple of balls buzzed the tower.
Well, that whole subject gets some attention now after the Strickland-Harper frenzy 2 days ago.
It was a frenzy. Good word. The suspensions handed out, both pitcher and batter appealing. What'd you think of that?
I thought that it was one of the worst helmet throws I've ever seen in the history of Major League Baseball by Bryce Harper.
Wow.
But they both got in some shots. I know that before the scrum started and everybody joined in and did separations and all that stuff. Well, if you think a guy's done it intentionally, rather than posture and run down to first base and glare and do all that stuff, if you feel that way, go get him.
But how do you feel about trying to resolve something that happened years before? I mean, when does that expire? When is the limit?
Well, it depends on the individual. So yeah, it can expire the next time up. It can wait 5 years. I don't know. My theory was I didn't want to initiate, but if I felt a guy hit one of my guys, I would hit the next man. I would intentionally hit the next man. Wouldn't throw at his head. But I think the longer it goes, the more effect the retaliation has, the less effect.
Okay.
So I don't want to wait for the pitcher to get. I want to hit their next guy. Hey, this is immediate.
Then it's over.
Yeah. Well.
Or at least you try to make it over.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, Strickland, the pitcher of the Giants, got 6 games, and Bryce Harper 4. And as Andrew McCutchen comes up, adopting a hat tip for his wife Maria, he took that out of the playbook of Jackie Robinson. What a nice gesture. You know, another nice gesture from McCutchen yesterday. Noticed he went out and signed autographs for about 15 minutes before the game. And you think about all the people that he delighted yesterday.
He certainly has picked things up during the homestand.
He's got a different air about him over the last couple of weeks.
Well, that air usually comes with success too. Yeah. He's been much better. Yeah, sure. It's more fun. A little bounce in the step. Absolutely.
Yeah, the Pirates need it, quite frankly, but they don't need him to be anything more than he could be, is what Clint Hurdle said. And I think now it appears that McCutchen has accepted that in the last few games in that number 6 spot in the order. He's had some big hits. He had the game winner the other day with a home run.
That, by the way, is the last run the Pirates have scored.
Okay, running into some tough pitching here with Arizona. But if McCutchen can just do what he's capable of doing, not what he has necessarily done in the past.
Although if he starts doing that, we won't be disappointed.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know if there might have been a glare there or something. Godley comes back with his 3rd strikeout. Tough to see that. This unlimited baseball break, and for Toronto, Josh Donaldson homering into the 5th deck That is quite the feat at Rogers Center. 9th Blue Jay to do that. And Albert Pujols nearing a milestone. He's one shy of home run number 600 as he battles a hamstring issue. He's been getting in there most every day for the Angels. Now without Mike Trout.
When he hits the ball over the fence, he can take it easy on his running.
Yeah, that's one way to do it, right?
Prince Albert used to torture the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Well, that was one of many teams in his days with the Cardinals. You know, but I'm curious now that he's with the Angels, and we think about how relatively anonymous Mike Trout is. He's hurt right now, but he's probably the best player in baseball. We don't hear as much about him as maybe some of the Cubs guys, for instance. But how about Albert Pujols coming up on the 600 home runs, and that used to be would be such an amazing feat. But now that a few guys have accomplished that in recent years, does that lessen the milestone a little?
No, ninth player in history. It'll be. Yeah, that's a pretty select company. How many thousands of major league position players have there been? Still pretty unique. It's just he's far away. He's out in California. We're in the East, so it's historic. 600 home runs, absolutely.
Talking, of course, in a broad baseball perspective, not necessarily just here. People still sore at all the hits he's gotten. Understand that.
Oh yeah, I remember him, low sliders and curveballs downstairs, get under him and hit him over the left field wall without laboring at the swing. He's just so darn strong.
And he'll get to 600 as long as he does it this season at age 37. Only 4 have done it younger. And it's a warm day for cool and a little breezy as well.
So far there hasn't been much action in the outfield. We had that double.
There's a lot of warning right there for Blanco as that one rode up and in.
David Freese knows how that feels.
And Torey Lovullo wanted to.
Let's see if he got hit.
Well, we saw this earlier in the series where Lovullo actually challenged a play on a ball that hit the foot of David Peralta.
Is this what that's about, or is it about
coming up and in on Freese?
Blanco.
I'm not sure.
Did he take the bat around with him?
I mean, he may. Let's see. Well, he's just getting out of the way there. That sound, that click, real fast.
I always wonder when guys go around like that, if they take the bat with them, if there would be any chance of having a strike called.
I think that's why the hitters turn back instead of turning forward. Part of the reason, right? To avoid the swing. You know what I mean? They're always turning.
Yeah, but
you expose that way. You expose your back too to protect your.
Yeah, but a left-hand batter is going to carry them.
Not really sure what happened even in our days of having all the different angles and such. We do know it's a walk. The second issued by Chad Kuhl. When you want to keep up to date on everything going on around baseball, MLB.TV Premium. It's back. It's better than ever. You can watch every out-of-market regular season game live on more than 400 supported devices. Plus, you get a free subscription to At Bat Premium. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Kevin and Troy up there today on a sun-splashed Wednesday afternoon.
The crow's nest.
And here is David Peralta, who is the other man to draw a walk against Kuhl today. Blanco has stolen 3 bases in his short time with the Diamondbacks. Last year with the Giants stole 6 bases.
We talked about the Diamondbacks doing a good job with their running game, second in the National League.
The Pirates have done a much better job at holding base runners here over the last maybe 2 or 3 weeks. They were at the very bottom in baseball in terms of allowing stolen bases. They're still up on that list, but they've gone. They had one stretch where they went 98 innings without allowing steals. So here in this series, very much the same. They've limited the running games of the last 4 or 5 opponents. That has been a stressor from Ray Searage and company.
That was a nice hold at the set position by Chad. Again, doing various things to disrupt the rhythm. Base stealers like to see you as a pitcher do the same thing time after time after time, so they get their timing.
Maybe try to anticipate when you're coming home and get that extra fraction of a second. Trying to keep Blanco honest. Cool worked out of a first and second, nobody out jam in the first, struck out Goldschmidt, Lamb, and Owings. Blanco the first base runner since. Good stop by Cervelli. .50 pitches now for Cool. Boy, we were spoiled last night in terms of pitch efficiency. And
yeah. The first 5 innings of that game last night was an absolute pitching clinic.
Cool comes back, gets the strikeout, 97.
Well, it's a great 2-strike pitch. Doesn't have to use it during the entire at bat, but he's got it there. And that's good enough. Yeah, last night I wish every young pitcher and their coaches who work with him could have watched that game, because you can see how you could be effective with both approach, pitching, making pitches, quality pitches, changing speeds, or pretty much pure power. It can be done both ways, and young pitchers have to realize that. They have to learn that and accept that.
Not just strictly looking at a radar gun.
Yeah, or even and also realizing if you don't throw that hard, you can still be a pitcher. Yeah. Take a look at some tape from Greg Maddux. Take a look at some tape from Ivan Nova. They make pitches.
You could even look at Wade LeBlanc this season. What he's done out of the Pirate pen. He doesn't throw more than about 88.
Yep. A lot of different ways to get it done.
So now Goldschmidt with the man aboard. Got it with 2 on in the first. And Cool's 4 strikeouts. I think 3 of them he's gotten guys to chase outside the zone. And as soon as he's gotten a, well, I can't say that because he walked Peralta, but all the strikeouts have come with men on, so he's been able to silence innings that way.
Yeah, and he's able to transfer his attention from those runners back to home plate.
8 of the first 12, gotten ahead with strike 1. Cervelli trying to sell that as a strike. Jake Lamb lurking on deck. Goldschmidt tied for the league lead in walks too. He is patient. And he gets pitched around a bit. Couple of walks in the inning. Not out of the woods yet. There's a Lamb in the meadow.
And they're very quiet, very nice lambs, and there are dangerous lambs. Here's one.
Well, so, Ray Searage out to counsel his young pitcher. Another pivotal point. I mean, you hate to think about how it was yesterday. I mean, Nova pitched very well. He gave up 3 runs in 7 innings, but he had to be basically perfect to match Robbie Ray. And I don't know if you have to go that far with Zach Godley today, but Cool's got to be very, very refined, because Godley has been on his game in recent starts.
Very, very good.
A few runs could make the difference. There's Nova. Real good outing yesterday. He zipped right along early, per usual.
I always mention it when we see there have been 2 or 3 Lambs in the big leagues, and I always go back to my brother-in-law, John Lamb. I married his sister, and there was a game back in the 70s where I got a win and John Lamb got a save. So very much in the family.
I like that.
Yeah.
Cool struck out Lamb last time. This one's going to fall in past the diving try of McCutchen. And here come 2 Diamondbacks runs. Lamb trying for third. And he will get in with a 2-run, 2-out triple.
Just kind of hooking it beyond the glove of Andrew McCutchen, and once it got on the ground, then everybody was going to score. You knew that. But he turns it back around.
That's about the spot he struck him out on last time.
Yep, and he hooks it just out of the reach of Andrew, and it's going to be an event for the Arizona Diamondbacks. That close.
He went for the downs. And he makes that catch. You're out of the inning. That's a tough play to make. Now, once it gets by him, that probably adds a base. Blanco would have scored no matter what. Goldschmidt maybe, if he's able to keep it in front of him. But that's, you're trying to think about what we were just saying about how, 1 or 2 runs may make the whole difference in this game. McCutchen's trying to get cool out of this inning with nothing.
But here's the thing too. 3 passes against a good hitting team.
Great point.
That's playing with fire. He did a phenomenal job in the first inning after walking a batter, but he can't get away with it forever.
And they've got too many tough hitters in the middle of the order with Goldschmidt, Lamb, and even Owings. Not so much as the power, but 386 with runners in scoring position.
And this has been the problem with Chad Kuhl. He's been going along. There have been times where he's put together a string of outs, a little string of pearls, 6, 7, 8 in a row, doing well, and then sometimes not getting out of these jams, and a jam that he basically created.
Well, limited at 2.
Yeah, I mean, the game certainly is not out of hand.
Owings at 314 overall. And for Chad Kuhl, allowing the 44th and 45th RBIs for Lamb. He's one of baseball's leaders. So right out there to Jaso. Diamondbacks get on the scoreboard first here today on Jake Lamb's 2-run triple. where the Penguins had a pep rally a little earlier today, about an hour before first pitch here. Yeah, let's take a look at our day automotive this day in Pirates history. Back in 1971, Bucks beat the Cubs 6-0, shutting them out for the second game in a row. Steve Blass with the distance for his third complete shutout of the season. You allowed 5 hits and struck out 4, and you beat Hall of Famer Fergie Jenkins that day in
5. I gave up 5 hits. That many?
2 hours and 9 minutes.
2 hours and 9 minutes. Those days are gone. Well, no, they're not gone because we saw it last night. Robbie Ray. Yeah, Fergie Jenkins. The gunner, Bob Prince, would say, well, I'm pitching for the Cubs today. Ferguson Jenkins and his orchestra.
He thought his name sounded like a conductor's?
Band leaders. Yeah.
Native of Ontario, Canada. And Jake Lamb coming through with that 2-out, 2-run triple. That's the difference right now. Gregory Polanco talking shop. Good to see him on his feet. Did not require a DL stint, and might even see him back in the lineup on Friday when the Pirates next play in New York. Jordy Mercer gets his first chance today. Last 9 games hitting at .429 with 6 extra base hits. And 8 up and 8 down for Zach Godley. And when the Pirates return home, be sure to come on out on Friday, June the 9th. It's Sam Valley fireworks night, and come early for a Barrow Kia block party on Federal Street. Bob Friend's going to be out there signing autographs, and then afterward the Pirates and the Marlins at 7:05 and Sam Valley fireworks, courtesy of PPG, to follow. Go to pirates.com/fireworks.
My old roomie, my first major league roomie, Bob Friend, will be in the neighborhood. Always good to see Bob, and congratulations one more time for Bill Verdon, who they had a statue erected for him in his hometown of Springfield, Missouri this past week. Bill Verdon honored.
At the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame, it'll be there forevermore.
Well, Zach Godley picking up where Robbie Ray left off, this 27-year-old right-hander out of Bamberg, South Carolina. 6'3", 240. They got him from the Cubs a while back. Just missing with that breaking ball.
And he's been up and down the last 3 seasons. Filling in for Shelby Miller, who had Tommy John surgery. Godley wants to stick and stay.
He's pitching like he's going to.
That's the farthest ball the Pirates have hit so far today. He has been very good the first time around through the order.
Yeah, nothing out of the infield.
Rav fourth inning. Toyota, what drives you?
2-0 Arizona as we begin the fourth inning on this sun-splashed Wednesday afternoon. Thanks for being on with us here today. And coming up, a Kids Day here at PNC Park on June the 11th as the Bucks play host to the Miami Marlins at 1:35. Enjoy fun and games before, during, and after the game. All kids 14 and younger taking home a play ball plastic bat. Compliments of MLB Play Ball. Go to pirates.com/kidsdays. Bring the whole gang out.
And it's great seeing all these youngsters here. You know, you go back to the basic thing about baseball. If you want to pass on the game to the kids, get them in the ballpark. So this is great. Just get them in here, get them exposed to it, how much fun it is, how much fun you can have at the ballpark. You might pick up a little something that makes you want to come back specifically for one particular reason, a favorite player or a play that just dazzled you. But get them in the barn. Get them in the barn, get them out here, and they are out here in force. This is the world's largest recess class.
Biggest lawn too, probably, right?
Yep. Great to have them here.
Yeah, a lot of kids out here.
And all the colors.
Learning about the weather here today before they came in, so it's an educational trip.
Yeah, John Wayner putting on a, no, it wasn't
wait
John.
A minute.
No,
Jeff Frizella was here.
Yeah, Jeff was here.
Who is slightly more qualified than Rock, but only slightly, right?
Yeah.
Rock has all the credentials.
Yeah, Rock. Yeah,
Stephen Cropper was out here too.
Yeah, yeah. I think Rock was out in all-you-can-eat seats.
But yeah, the play ball initiative that baseball has put out are very much echoing what you just said, Steve.
If you want to sell the game, you got to sell it to the kids.
Yeah, get out there, play. Boys and girls can play. And have some fun, and then learn about who these guys are and what they're doing out there. You remember your first game you went to?
First major league game?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. My Cleveland Indians against the New York Yankees when I was 10 years old, 1952. We drove halfway to New York from where we lived in Connecticut, got on a train, got off the train very close to Yankee Stadium, and it was a night game, and you walk through those portals back from the concourse, and you look out there, it is amazing. It did look like that thing we hear about, a bed of emeralds all the time. It was just striking.
And that's at the old Yankee Stadium where oh, look at some of our Point Park Instagrams, and how about that? Yeah, straight A's for that guy, and he gets treated to a ball game today. That's fun.
Yeah. And there's a lot of groups, but how about the moms and dads and uncles and grandfolks and everything that come with the kids and they sit with them? I mean, it's time spent with those people watching baseball. It just fits. It just fits. Time with your dad or your uncle or your mom or sister. It's good. Sitting out in the sunshine, watching a baseball game. What else you want to do?
I went to my first game with my mom and my great grandmother, who was a big baseball fan. She tried to get us to get out there and go. So, yeah, and I was 7 years old. I lived a little closer.
Yeah.
Didn't have to get on a train.
How close?
20-minute drive, maybe.
Yep.
15.
Well, I've got an opportunity to take my great grandson to a ball game. He's 5 years old, so he's getting in.
Just starting to understand it.
Yeah, get him out here from Connecticut, and I'll get him out here.
There's nothing like it.
Oh, Mr. Lane. Yeah, he's going to grow up with baseball. I've got a picture of him in a Pirate uniform back in Connecticut near my high school when he was about 4.
Oh, that's neat.
I cherish that picture.
Yeah, and on a day like today, I mean, a lot of room to walk around. These new ballparks, I was going to say about, Yankee Stadium, he used to be underneath there as Descalso collects a base hit. He used to have to go underneath the stands, and that's where the concourse was. Now with these new ballparks, you have that open air concourse. You can walk around, and there are so many things to do, especially if you've got the kids and you need to occupy them for a few minutes. I mean, there's a playground here too as well. So I mean, a lot of different things that can interest them if you need to steer their attention for a few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, they're out. It's the sunshine.
That makes it well worth it. So Cool working with the man aboard for Nick Ahmed, the number 8 hitting shortstop. And time was called.
Yep, thank you. Or he would still be running.
I think Osuna may have had that one go through the webbing, perhaps. Let's see. Allegheny Health Network Super Mo.
So it's just some strings let go.
Yeah, there's right there. Yep, right there. Hey, good thing that happened as the batter had asked for and was granted time just as Cool began to throw over. That happened to be the moment that that glove breaks. Could have cost the Pirates a base there.
I tell you, your baseball glove as a major league player, that is part of you, and you want to make sure it's 100% as much as you can.
One of the rare times that Osuna has worked at first, though. So it hasn't gotten as much action.
Oh, that looks a little newer.
They're all broken in these days, but it used to have to be quite a process to get a new glove ready.
All kind of things. You either soak it in water, or you put a ball and tie a rubber band or string around it all winter. If you got one for Christmas, I remember getting one for Christmas. It spent the next 3 months with tape around it, and that tape started sticking to the leather. It got pretty crazy.
Could this be 2?
Sure.
There's 1, 2, a double play. They go around the horn, and Cool gets out of that 1-out single. Now the Pirates need some base runners for him. To the Arizona Diamondbacks as we start the bottom of the 4th. Adam Frazier is going to come up and lead things off. And in our Barrel Automotive League leaders for today, Frazier leading baseball in batting average in day games. That's coming into today's action. More hits than outs.
511. Wow.
More hits than outs. The numbers that we can put together to talk about Adam Frazier, we can split him in all sorts of ways. Every single way you look at it, he can hit. Even after this little skid, still hitting .327. If that's what your average falls to,
yeah,
What
he's up to 340 something,
I think it's 370 at the moment.
370.
Yeah.
Only guys like Ryan Zimmerman can do that.
Yeah. He's cooled a little bit too. It's hard to keep that up for a whole season.
But the one thing we got to do is get a base runner or get the ball out of the infield if we could. But be patient. We are going to score today. We are going to score, so stay with us. It's not been much so far.
I think something that gets overlooked is that the Diamondbacks, you know, they've been very successful. They're 10 games over already, but third best at run prevention out of the 30 teams in baseball this year. I mean, you know, we think about the Masters, we think about that cozy home ballpark of theirs. Their pitching, which they thought last year was going to be a big strength when they invested in Zach Greinke, it was not. This year, it's one of the best pitching staffs in the game right now.
Yeah, if you go away from the perimeter stats and you talk about what you're talking, runs that come across home plate.
Right, just not giving up runs.
Well, that's how they determine who wins and who loses.
Right.
They don't determine it on ERA or batting average or any of that stuff. It's runs. Who scores the most runs in 9 innings or extra innings per night, per day?
And they're just not giving up runs. And that talks to the defense too.
Oh yeah.
When you talk about that kind of.
It's a well run. I mean, they run well, they pitch well, they hit well, they defend well. They're winning. And this is getting scary. Building on what Robbie Ray did last night, this guy is airtight. Again, not only not giving up any hits, not giving any base runners, but not allowing a ball to get out of the infield. That's enough. There, take that.
That is the farthest ball the Pirates have hit today.
Yeah.
First base runner, but it's still a weak contact. I mean,
and that's
yeah. I wanted to share a quick story about Godley because no one knows this name outside of probably Phoenix right now. But I saw him pitch his major league debut, and he shut out Milwaukee over 6 innings. He struck out 7 and didn't walk a batter. And you know how you just put in the back of your mind, I'm sure you do it too, right? I like this guy. I don't know why, but he wasn't throwing hard. It wasn't
caught your interest.
I mean, he pitched well that particular day, but he has had some struggles since then. Pitching mostly at AAA the last few years, but this is something he's been doing now since he's been called up. And so, in your opinion, is this more him or more the Pirates' bats not performing today? Because we don't know the names, so we kind of think, oh, the Pirates aren't hitting, but it seems like everything's right on the edges today.
Yeah, I think it's him, but it's a small sampling. It's three plus innings, but so far he's been very good. But see, we see so many pitchers like this. They'll go along for 2, 3, 4 innings, and they'll look dynamite. And then, do you sustain? Do you sustain? Do you carry it deep into the ball game?
Great point. Can Chad Kuhl do that here today? One blip on the radar so far. The triple by Lamb.
See, the big picture is all these guys that are here wearing major league uniforms are capable of doing it. Who does it the most and the most consistent? And for pitchers, who carries it deeper into ball games on a regular basis? So they're all capable. So we're not surprised when they have these stretches of success or hitting streaks or innings pitched. That
one's going to sneak through.
Yeah. Okay. Just a routine basic. Who does it the most?
Yeah, I think you talk about consistency, and that's something we pointed to with Kuhl earlier.
Yeah, you play 9-inning games, and you have 500 at bats if you play every day. So it's hard to judge before. I think judgment is better served after a season. Okay, he did this. He's not. He didn't have that 12-game streak.
Right. If you look at Garrett Cole, his last 2 starts, you'd think, well, he's not a very good pitcher. Then you look at the other starts this year and you go, he's one of the best in baseball.
Yep.
So, yeah, the more you look at things, the more you have more data, whatever you want to call it. And maybe the second time around, the Pirates will get a better feel for Godley. Cervelli had seen him once, and McCutchen had seen him once prior to today. That's it.
Yeah. And that gets back to our discussion. We've talked about this before. Does the batter have the advantage second time around or the pitcher? I think it's equal. I think the pitcher, like you got Adam Frazier to ground out. Did he see something first time up that he liked, he thought he could get him out with, or did Frazier see something he might be able to do something with? So it's it goes round and round. I always felt like if I got through the first 9 guys pretty well, I got the advantage because I've seen what works when I was out there pitching. Other guys, hitters say, well, okay, I see him the second time, I'm going to be better, and maybe they do.
But for instance,
it goes back and forth.
A pitcher gets to choose what he's throwing. So Godley, maybe he'll try to strike you out with the curveball one time, and you never even saw the split. The next time around, okay, now he's going to throw you the split finger pitch, and that's going to be his out pitch, and you don't know that's coming because you haven't seen that before.
Yep.
So the pitcher always holds the advantage, right?
He does. The hitter's got to react. The hitter has to react.
Let's see that grab. There you go. Ooh, brought the mitt.
Good sized mitt it is.
Give it to a dad.
Catcher's glove. He bought his catcher's glove out. Is that?
Oh wow!
All right.
Steve Cropper's
there you
right
go.
there.
We'll get you some FaceTime, Steve.
Almost misplayed by David Peralta. The toughest ball right at him.
And slicing and carrying.
Pirates bid for a run, but are turned aside in the 4th.
Lost 4 shutout innings thus far against the Pirates here in a 2-0 game. I'm Robbie and Smikowski. Well, after getting off to a slow start to the 2017 campaign, one of the hottest Pirates prospects has gotten his bat going pretty good. I'm talking about Austin Meadows, who was a first-round pick back in 2013. Look at what he's been able to do since May 12th. In 19 games, he's batting .338. He's reached base in 18 consecutive games. And over one stretch, he raised his average from 194 to 262. 68-point increase in a 3-week span. Now, General Manager Neil Huntington said that Austin Meadows has simply simplified his approach. He's trying to get base hits, and he's not trying to do a lot more. That was what he started to do earlier in the season. That simple approach has led to some slow but very steady results for Austin Meadows. So, Joe and Steve, when you look at Austin Meadows, and we saw him in spring training, big league spring training, performed quite well for himself, and now he's performing quite well at the AAA level after a slow start.
And that's what you want to see from your high-profile prospects. Absolutely. And sometimes you get too cluttered. You're trying to do too much, or you're thinking too much. Sometimes you just got to say, hey, let's see if my natural ability can get it done, and not get it so complicated. Sometimes less is more, and maybe Austin Meadows is figuring it out in that direction. So let's hope he continues to progress.
And the Pirates general manager Neil Huntington said at the time, shortly after Starling Marte was suspended, that Austin Meadows was trying to get 9 hits every at bat.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you think of a 22-year-old guy wanting his first chance at the major leagues and seeing the opportunity, trying a little too hard and not letting, as you said, those talents shine through. And there are many of those.
Yep.
And Andrew McCutchen going back to center field after that. And in fact, Clint Hurdle talking about the outfield today in terms of Marte is still down in Pirate City. He's been there from about a week and a half after his suspension began, continuing to work out in Bradenton. And meanwhile, the Pirates have tried to piece it together in his absence.
Yep, trying to hold the fort till all the parts can come back together.
And they've done that. I know that 24 and 29 is not going to excite the masses as we near the 1/3 mark of the season. But the Pirates enter play today 3.5 games back in a middling division right now. And the Pirates are closer to first at this point in the year than they have been in any of the last 4 years. So they're doing just that. They're keeping their heads close to the even mark and just trying to keep things afloat. And so far they're doing that.
And the division is keeping them afloat.
Right.
Also.
Well, I mean, that obviously has a lot to do with it. If they're in the American League West behind the Astros, they're back double digits. But right now they're not.
And so a little luck.
It is what it is.
Nothing wrong with a little luck. The other guys have not run away from it.
And the Pirates overall have pitched about average in terms of all the teams in baseball. The hitting, of course, is as you would imagine without some of your better sluggers either not in uniform or not quite producing to what you thought. The hitting has been down this year, but they're making it work. It stays in fair ground for Frazier.
Yeah, Andrew has been better lately, but for a while after the suspension, you didn't have Gong, you didn't have Marte, you really didn't have Andrew.
He was hitting 200.
That's
and Polanco at one point had driven in 4 runs over the first month of the season
with no home runs.
Right, as the cleanup hitter. So,
so the pitching did hold the fort.
And Cool is going to get out of this one on 11 pitches. 1, 2, 3. Pirates looking to get on the scoreboard. 2-0 Arizona. And a look at our Allegheny Health Network injury update. Both Antonio Bastardo and Josh Lindblom down at AAA Indianapolis. Bastardo pitching a perfect inning on Monday, one of his 2 appearances now for Indy, each scoreless innings, and Josh Lindblom pitched 2 scoreless hitless innings back on Saturday. Lindblom left side discomfort has been down for 11 days now, and Bastardo has been on the DL for more than a month with a left quad strain after getting off to a very sluggish start this year. Really, the focus was more on building arm strength down at Pirate City initially for Bastardo.
You know what continues to disappoint me, Joe, is the performance of Oliver Onion this year. He stinks. I've been rooting for him every night. I want Oliver the Onion to win the pierogi race, and he just doesn't do it. It's terribly disappointing.
Bad enough to make you cry, Steve.
I think we're going to have to send him back to the Salt and Pepper League for seasoning.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah.
It is. You guys got to grind it out.
Yeah. Andrew McCutcheon with a solid base hit and more. And pass to Scalzo. McCutcheon will hold up at second. And the Pirates with a good start here in the fifth.
Just no matter what they score this as, hitting an error or a double. But the big picture is that he is at second base. Leaves it up right in the middle of the plate, that breaking ball, and Andrew makes him pay. Kind of semi-catches the gap as Descalzo goes over. He's on the run. I don't know, Andrew's going to have that in front of him, even if he doesn't bobble it. I think he's got a good chance to get two. And that's what it is. Double.
The Diamondbacks going with Descalso out there. Yeah, he'll be ruled two base hit. Descalso really an infielder, but he's played a little bit out there now. Diamondbacks and Rockies last year have thrown him in the outfield a little bit. Longtime Cardinal. So Osuna with an RBI chance. First time the Pirates have had a base runner with less than 2 outs today. Good stop by Iannetta.
You know, a lot of space out in left center field. Maybe a Godler's little acre. A lot of room for Osuna.
I'm a little surprised how they play him.
The Blanco is shaded over toward right field a little bit, so kind of give him. They kind of bunched in a way. They give him both corners and a lot of left center field.
That's kind of where he hits the ball, where they're not standing. He's not an opposite field hitter per se.
And this field big enough to give him all three of those opportunities, the corners and left center.
And it's not like Godley is one of those guys that it's tough to pull with the velocity. I mean, he's not throwing particularly hard. Chad Cole with a helmet on, but Daniel Hudson getting ready if needed. Cool spot will come up fourth in this inning, so he's in the hole right now with the Pirates trailing.
There it is.
Down in the corner. Out to the wall. Here comes Andrew to score, and the Pirates on the board.
Yep. Partners switch places.
It's been a while. I had to sing, Steve.
Yep, you're allowed. Back-to-back doubles. So Osuna finds the corner, one of those available spaces we talked about. Pirates on the board and still in business. And we're going to get a visit to the mound. See, this is one of those situations we were talking about, Joe, and that this young man looked so dominant. Went through the batting order clean. 9 up, 9 down, and then all of a sudden, bang, it's a breakthrough. And then you start learning more about your pitcher.
4 of the last 5 with hits, including that 5th double of the season by Osuna. RBI 13. McCutcheon scoring on the play. And the Pirates having that tying run in scoring position with nobody out. Still very good chance of at least tying this thing. And Gregory Polanco has moved into the on-deck circle. That's good to see. After hurting his ankle the other day. Tripled by Godley, and a late break for third. Osuna's going to get in because of that bobble.
Very nice read. Very nice read. I think he was going to stay, but then it becomes a high opportunity advantage for the base runner, because you got a pitcher that's kind of rattled getting the ball on the ground. Now he's got things to think about, trying to get the only out that he's got available, and then you stop and then you go because of the bobble. So you're betting on a pitcher handling a tough situation after he dropped the ball.
Very nice. Now at third with one out, Gregory Polanco a chance to loft a fly ball, tie this thing.
And you wonder, you're saying, well, you know, Chad Kuhl has gotten it together and he's keeping it together, so why are we pinch hitting? Well, we got a chance to tie the ball game for one thing, and also you've got an off day tomorrow, so you're not concerned about bringing guys in from the bullpen. In fact, you got a couple off days coming up, so nothing to hold anybody back for, including Gregory Polanco in the Pirate pen.
And Polanco not usually used as a pinch hitter, but the only time he was an RBI hit. So Kuhl done after 5 innings. Infield halfway, and Polanco with a pinch hit RBI single.
We can score.
Polanco with RBI number 12. All right, dusts off the cobwebs. It comes through with another big hit.
And kind of a one-hand swing. Clunk, you can hear the clunk of the bat. You know, it's not that sound where you hit it flush and drive it. Little shot wide of the drawn up infield, and we're back to even. You can hear the sound.
So the move definitely pays off. And Gregory Polanco still dealing with that jammed ankle. They're going to have Tyler Glasnow, Saturday's starting pitcher, pinch run for him. So great work putting in Polanco there to get the hit. He came through, and we're tied at 2.
And let him continue to take care of that ankle. Don't have him running. It becomes an exciting time for Tyler Glasnow at first base.
He's done a little bit of this lately.
Yep. Keep in mind, there's no coach at second, so he gets out there in that neighborhood. You're on your own.
And Glasnow with those big long strides. He's 6'8". He can really run well, and he comes from an athletic family too. Olympians, and mom a gymnastics coach still. He's got a brother who's the decathlete in college. I'll try to stay out of the double play. Even slid on that. But the Pirates get the 2 tying runs. Osuna and Polanco driving them in.
You know, the Marlins with some big home run hitters, and even in that a little less cavernous ballpark, but they can really put up some runs.
And the Pirates put up a couple to get even. We get a restart. Let's do this.
Our Point Park tweets. I'm a little embarrassed.
You should not be. It was done with great sincerity and a lot of preparation. I think Joe, maybe you want to stick with Ramblin' Man as your karaoke song.
Sings like a rapper, but unexpected and appreciated. I'll take that.
Yeah, it's like stylish but understated.
That's very kind.
I thought it was terrific. I wanted to sing along, but you were doing so well. I thought a duet would ruin it.
Daniel Hudson is the new pitcher. Trying to change subjects.
But I thought you were on key. I thought you were
no,
on key.
I was not. No.
Okay.
I was very excited. I'm used to singing to my daughter to try to get her to eat, and I think that's probably where that was born from. Sorry. Ramblin' Man, huh? Yeah.
Ramblin' Man. Is that Allman Brothers? Bobble Mike instead of a chair that tips over.
Bumble Mike after that performance. I guarantee you Bob Watkins sing better than I do.
No, I don't. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about it. I've heard Bob sing. I think you got the edge. I do. I really do.
I've got my chair bolted in, so I know that's. I got one there at least. Paul Goldschmidt leading off, and you don't want to fall behind him. It's 3-1.
By the way, Daniel Hudson has been much better lately. Was searching for some time, and it seems to have fallen into place. Throwing the ball much better recent outings.
Yeah, 6 straight scoreless.
And press him inside, and they do. A little too far inside. He pulls it foul. So cool. Chad Kuhl goes 5 innings, a couple runs, 3 hits, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. 2 of the 3 walks scored. That's what hurt him. Other than that, I'll give Chad good marks. I will. Give him good marks for his work. And they took him out because they needed the bat. It worked.
Got underneath it, but he's so strong that Frazier is going to run out of room. A home run for Paul Goldschmidt. 12th of the year against his longtime teammate, and Arizona goes right back on top.
Yeah, he's so strong. He hit it so well, and then he got some help from the wind too. So that combination gives the Arizona Diamondbacks the lead that quickly.
Yeah, a little bit of a breeze going out that way, but he's good.
He got upstairs and wasn't quite enough speed where he'd get further under it and the ballpark would hold it. See, the last part of that is a lot of carry, but it had a chance to get out anyway. He's that strong.
And even in this big left center there, Goldschmidt hitting that one at an estimated 393 feet on StatCast. Jake Lamb drove in the other runs with his 2-out triple in the 3rd. Andrew McCutchen just out of his reach. Would have gotten out of the inning unscathed, but at least a fond memory. Yeah, shoot it that way. That way you know where you're at. Otherwise, it looks like you're in jail or something.
That's a good call. Got the bars and back.
You guys have too much fun at the ball game?
Come on, give us a little jailhouse rock. Come on. So
something tells me this is not going to go away among us for a while.
So you're just going to leave it at Elvis has left the building.
Yeah, I think that line's better left for Mike Lang. Hopefully he'll say that tonight. Well, you're talking about Kuhl a moment ago. You got your stamp of approval today.
Yep.
That first inning, this could have been, nuclear reactor meltdown type stuff. I mean, you put the first 2 men on, you got the the heart of the order coming up. He comes back to strike out Goldschmidt, Lamb, and Owings, and lasts the 5 innings. And,
yeah, that was
could have gone longer.
That was very, very impressive. And you look at how it happened too. A ringing double. Okay, so you get hit hard and then you walk a guy. You know, both negatives. The two things you don't want to do a lot of. And bang, you got guys at first and second. You got the heart of the lineup coming up, and he strikes them all out. I mean, that's pretty good stuff. That's not pretty good. That's very good stuff.
He will not factor in the decision. Lamb hits this one deep off the very top of the wall. And he'll have his second extra base hit today, a double, and still nobody out. And
Jason got
on the phone.
Jason got handcuffed on that ball. That was going to be a bounce back where they were going to hold it to a single, but it just jumped off the fence back toward the infield.
About a yard shy of a long ball.
Yeah, there you can see the bounce. That's going to come right back to him. You're going to have a man on first base.
And Hudson, who issued a scoreless frame yesterday, having some trouble. 9th double for Jake Lamb. Hudson had pitched his entire major league career with Arizona. And now facing many of his former teammates in Goldschmidt and in Lamb.
You're getting knee deep into the ball game now. You don't want to let this inning get out of hand. You've got a home run and a double. Got to find a baseball type tourniquet here.
Owings with the bunt, and Freese gets him out. Nice play by David Freese.
Dandy. And that's at least an out. It cost you 90 feet on the base pass, but this thing is not out of hand. You needed to get an out just to establish some semblance of defense, and this is an exceptionally good play that he makes look easier than it is. That's a tough play, and he did it textbook. We've seen David Freese do this before. He doesn't want to involve the glove there because there's a transfer. Some guys like to involve the glove. David prefers the bare-hand approach, and he defends that opinion and that stance very nicely there.
Chris Iannetta with the infield in, and the only play is to first.
He hits it too weakly. If he hits it harder, of course, you got that play, but never got out to drawn in infield quick enough.
So even with the infield in, Iannetta with RBI number 12. Arizona back up to a 2-run lead again, just after the Pirates tied it in the bottom of the 5th.
I panicked for a minute. I thought I saw him put a 6 up on the scoreboard, but okay, it's 4.
Wade LeBlanc getting up. Descalso with a base hit his last time. So the home run by Goldschmidt to start, then Lamb's double comes around to scoring. They manufacture that on the sacrifice by Owings, and then Iannetta's ground out. So it will be up to the bats again. You know, Hudson really wants to show that. There's that one taken care of by Osuna. He's got a good glove over there.
Good reaction play on a ball that was stunned.
So they'll limit it to 2. It's 4-2 Arizona.
Sing it, Joe. Sing it.
Oh boy.
Come on.
Cool looks at this one on our Allegheny Health Network Supermo. Music from the Clarks, who do it much better.
I've got your song right here for you, for the Pirates to get back in it. The Dave Clark 5, Catch Me If You Can. Pirates have to catch up. Come on.
Former Pirate.
Dave Clark and his backup group.
His pickup basketball team. Daniel Hudson against his old club. Put in a big spot again. And it's been a frustrating start of the season for him.
Especially when he had it going. And you know, he gave up a couple runs. But the previous outings have been good, but today comes in and gets knocked around.
Well, now you just got to get a couple right back, and that's a good start. Leadoff walk for Josh Harrison.
First one issued by Godwin.
Jaso with a base hit his last time. He's been swinging a better bat last 14 games, coming in at .316 overall in that time. 8 of those starts. Well, Jaso's a good example of a guy that, you know, got off to a sluggish start, stuck with it. Now the results have been coming. I'm sure the same will come for free agent signee Daniel Hudson.
We've got activity. A little surprising. Nothing's going on in the Arizona bullpen at this point. Let's get something going. I'm trying to make noise here. Yeah.
Chipped the bat.
Hit it just badly enough.
Got a base hit. Harrison moves to third. 2 hits today for John Jaso.
Got jammed and pushed it out. Had enough strength to push it out past the infield, and when it gets down on the grass, plenty of time for Harrison to get around to third base, and so the Pirates trying to answer right away.
Just chipped the bat there.
We're going to have a meeting at the mound for the Diamondbacks as they figure out what they're going to try to do. Runners at first and third. They got a 2-run lead.
Mike Butcher trying to talk things over.
Yeah, well, the Pirates opened up the pantry in the 4th after first 9 guys were retired. First 11 guys were retired and got some action, then pushed it across the plate with a couple in the 5th, and now ongoing business in the 6th inning. And here's one of those situations, Joe, you don't want one out of this. You've set the table up maybe to bust loose and put something definitive up on the board, but they've got to earn it. You don't want this run to score at the cost of a double play. I mean, you don't want to let them clean it up and still have a lead.
There's one. And Freese beats out the back end. Slow developing play. That's an RBI for Freese, and Pirates back within 1.
Yeah, good hustle there to avoid just what we were talking about. David Freese hustling. Also, one of the tougher double plays, it wasn't blistered to third base, but you wind up with 2 long throws from third to second and then second to first instead of that little quick short exchange between a shortstop and a second baseman. So they stay in business at the cost of an out. Now they're 1 click away.
And Freese, who missed 3 weeks with some hamstring soreness earlier this year, about 3 weeks ago, activated. Was wondering how well he could get down that line. Well, that proves it.
Yep. Didn't make it by much, but you don't have to make it by much. You just got to hustle to make it, and he did.
He's at first with 1 out. Cervelli showing the bunt. We talk about having a big inning. Big innings don't happen when you bunt. But now it's a different situation with a man at first. I don't know if you fight for a 2-out man in scoring position here, but I guess he was trying to get on.
Cervelli, yeah, he's trying to think about bunting for a base hit. You've got Lamb way back at third base. You're down 1 run, you got a man on first. You don't want Cervelli sacrificing it out to second and giving up an at bat for sure.
Now the count in his favor.
I tell you, Lavello is showing a lot of support for a starting pitcher. Let's see, 78. Well, so it's not an extreme big count. He was so tidy in the first 3 innings, so that got to be part of the reason that it's quiet in their bullpen.
But is he still effective?
Well,
that's more the issue.
And that delivery was.
Godley retired the first 11 men he faced today, and has not had that big inning. 15 pitches or fewer in every inning so far. And strike 3 called.
And Cervelli is stunned. And didn't want to pursue it because it was a strike.
Let's see where it was.
Well within the grid.
Repeat of the previous pitch in terms of location. Threw him a fastball the previous pitch. Two-out chance for McCutchen. Had a double his last time. 7-game hitting streak now. And he's put 20 points on his batting average in a week.
The other good thing about Zach Godley, if you want to go in that direction, he's only given up 2 home runs.
No swing.
Kind of a stylish take by Andrew. Just coming back and not looking awkward. Yeah, we're going to stop it right there.
Strike the pose.
Maybe in time, maybe not, but yeah, it's the call.
Out to center
Get
again.
down. Get down. Yeah. That's
Base
it.
hit.
Stay hot, Andrew.
2 hits today. And that extends the inning. Frees the tying run in scoring position now. Staying with it. Seeing him pull the ball less and less, more to center and to right center.
You know, might have something to do, you know, just not starting the swing so early. Just, you know, that's an early commitment to pull the ball, and you know, wait a little longer, use more of the field.
And then when you get that off-speed pitch, your bat's already through the zone if you're trying to pull all the time, right?
Yep. You hook the ball. Hook, hook, hook. Or way out in front of off-speed stuff and missing.
Here's Osuna, who had a rocketing double his last time. Right down the right field line. Another one of those would easily tie it.
By the way, there is activity now with Godley scheduled to bat second the next half inning. So yeah, I was just wondering when, because it's not a matter of if, when they get something going.
That's Jorge De La Rosa, the ex-Rocky.
What you're looking for, a perfect scenario now with Goldschmidt almost halfway to second defensively. You allow Andrew McCutchen to have a huge lead, and you got a double here. You might take the lead in this ball game. You got a good chance to take the lead. They're giving him almost a quarter of the way to second base.
Spoiled that one. Osuna behind 1-2. Godley up to 86 pitches. This will be the 20th he's thrown this inning. Freeze at second, McCutchen at first. Comes back to strike out Osuna.
Pulled the string on him, off-speed pitch, and we leave the runners on the base pass. We closed to 1, though. It's a skinny lead for the Snakes.
Is brought to you by the Chevy Cruze and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go Bucks!
And a beautiful vista here as the 7th inning begins. 4-3 Arizona. Winner will take the series. Pirates have been fighting from behind. They did tie it. David Freese through with an RBI in the 6th to make it a 1-run deficit. Zach Godley through 6 innings. He has a 1-run lead. And being told that he's going to be done for the day, it looks like. Meanwhile, for the Buccos, Wade LeBlanc is now on.
He's done a very, very nice job. Take a look at that 3-0 record. This is the perfect positioning for him to go to 4-0. He gets his work done, whether it's just this inning or not, and then the Pirates score a bunch of runs. We call those guys the vultures. Pitch an inning, get a win.
Well, when you put up a lot of zeros, right, you find yourself in position. As Archie Bradley now getting up for Arizona. Nick Ahmed 0 for 2 today.
Sometimes you just have to put up 1-0. Get one. I think who we used to call Phil Regan had a 14-1 year for the Chicago Cubs, and he was one of the first guys I remember being called the Vulture.
Getting those relief wins.
Yeah. Of course, Elroy faced 18-1 for Elroy.
I mean, you think about a reliever winning 18 games.
Yeah, you got to be the timing of when you come in. You might have to give up a run here and there. You have to have a team that comes from behind late.
Well, LeBlanc has pitched very well since that first outing of the year. Had a rough one. Since that time, the ERA at 1.76. It's already good as it is, but almost a full run lower if you exclude that first outing of the year. So he's been outstanding.
Right by his noggin.
Ahmed aboard. Here in the series finale, Arizona up a run. Look at our Nissan road ahead as the Pirates will engage with the Mets in New York beginning on Friday. Garrett Cole against Matt Harvey. And then Tyler Glasnow and Robert Gsellman in the middle game. And then it's Trevor Williams and Tyler Pill, who made his major league debut the other day. Did Pill? Williams coming off a very strong outing his last time around.
Manny Tomas getting ready to pinch hit. Joe, you got to make me a promise, Joe. If we take the lead into the 9th inning, you got to sing for me.
No.
Even
I don't know what took over me.
Even if we get the lead, or you just need more time to prepare.
No, I just I want to make sure I can serenade you properly.
Okay, all right. Yep.
I want to just waste the opportunity.
Yep. If you care, prepare. But I'm looking forward to it.
It makes one of us.
Okay.
Ahmed has stolen 3 bases, been thrown out twice.
Good LeBlanc off-speed delivery that doesn't telegraph, disguises it well. Blanco out in front.
And Tomas, since coming back from a hip injury, he's 2 for 15. He doubled yesterday.
Not Blanco, Tomas, of course, out in front of it.
Blanco on deck. There he is, already with a double today. Tomas has good power. Got to be careful with him. Can strike him out and can get him to roll one over, though he hits a lot of fly balls. Doesn't run particularly well. Josh Bell at the ready if needed. Come back and strike him out. So the pinch hitter retired on strikes. And you can enjoy a summer afternoon here at the ballpark on June 10th when the Pirates host the Marlins at 4:05. Arrive early for a block party on Federal Street featuring the Line and Kugel Bar. Then the first 20,000 fans get a Pirates t-shirt thanks to Sheets. Head to pirates.com/free shirt Saturday. Pick up your tickets. And tonight, game 2 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Good luck to the Pens. Up 1-0 somehow. They pulled that one off.
Yeah, I keep hearing reports and post-game comments that they weren't happy with the way they played. But you know what?
They didn't get a shot off,
but they won.
Half the game.
They won
more than half the game. Yep. That's all that mattered.
Yep.
But the city abuzz today. You know, think about the kind of day you could come down today and watch baseball out of doors, sit out here, nice breezy summer-like afternoon, and you go a little bit of ways over to the arena, find out how much tickets are, and then you watch it at a nearby location. No, it's a great day for Pittsburgh sports yet again. It's a great day, period. A lot of folks enjoying the outdoors today, playing some hooky. Blanco started this game with a double, followed by a Peralta walk. Cool struck out the next 3 men in that first inning. Really set the tone for the day. Gave up 2 runs over 5 innings.
And now we're trying to keep it to within 1.
Diamondbacks pulled ahead with 2 runs off Hudson in the 6th. Blanco runs pretty well. Tough to turn 2 on him. Ex San Francisco Giant. I like that. Renegades have claimed their territory.
They've stormed the rotunda.
So far, the only marauder out there seems to be standing down.
Trying to keep track of all this, Joe, if I can. LeBlanc, Blanco, Polanco.
And Plinko, which is also a fun game to play. I get it all figured out.
Yep.
Slowly hit. Okay, one out of that.
Oh, they almost got the twister. They almost got the twister. Good job by Josh to get to it. He gets it over to Jordy, and the full twist at second base.
To get anything out of that was great. Look at the range by Harrison.
Yeah, and then out of the glove. Jordy's got to do the turn. That was almost one that you'd watch for a long time. Well done to get what they got. Basically became the only out that was available. You hold your breath when a second baseman goes over and does it out of the glove, because that can go all kind of directions.
Made it look easy.
Yeah, when you do it, it's very pretty.
It's only out of desperation, though.
Yep.
There's no other way to get that ball to Mercer quickly enough to get the force. With Goldschmidt on deck, David Peralta batting here. Love to have Goldschmidt lead off the next inning. Peralta, no easy match. Yeah, that's that big number 44.
You know, if you're big and strong, you hit home runs, that's not a bad number to choose.
Remember that used to be a big slugger number all the time?
Yeah. Especially with Mr. Aaron.
Reggie Jackson.
Yeah.
Blanco on the move on the pitch.
You don't hear as much about Henry Aaron's accomplishments as you used to because of so-called steroid era and all that with the power, but you should continue to hear about Henry Aaron. He's one of our game's greatest people.
And hitters.
Yep.
But
all things
both,
included.
yes. I want to leave him in the dugout. Now Cervelli wants to be very sure that they can put away Peralta here.
Got him 0-2. Let's make a plan.
And just a friendly reminder as you enjoy a cold one to look forward to Miller Time later in the game, brought to you by Miller Lite. That's right. Set your sails here this afternoon.
All your flags are flying.
Now with when you're ahead in the count, you can try to be a little fine, right?
Oh yeah, you got something to work with. You can make them chase, stay at least on the corners, or at least too far down, too far up. If they want to chase, they're doing you a favor. Can't do that when you got 2-0 count.
LeBlanc ahead, 1-2 now. A craftsman, to use his Clint Hurdle's parlance.
No Sale downstairs. Yeah, we used to call them crafty left-handers, stylish left-handers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Goldschmidt homered his last time up. Now the count even. LeBlanc has to get back to business.
Another conference. So what changed with the last two pitches? Well, Got to make a new plan. You're 0-2, now you're 2-2.
Was this commonplace when you pitched?
No. Not as many conferences. Plus, I couldn't understand Sangy, so it was a wasted trip. He'd come out and talk in Spanish. I'd listen in English.
Juan Nicasio getting loose in case?
Or vice versa. Whichever way it went, the other guy would nod.
So not much accomplished, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we worked together so often that we kind of read each other's mind. We were on the same page 90% of the time.
Well, now after being ahead 0-2, it's full on Peralta. And that will put Blanco in motion.
But it's not LeBlanc's game to just automatically come with a fastball now. He might do that, but this is a guy who pitches well and probably is just as confident with his off-speed pitches as he is with the fastball.
3-2. And Osuna had just backed up, and it still had passed him. And moving on the pitch, Blanco to third, and Goldschmidt will come up here in the 7th.
Crisis point, flash point right now.
Peralta singles after being behind 0-2 originally.
Did go with the fastball, got it up and found the hole. Man, that was perfectly placed. First baseman had a shot, maybe the second baseman had a shot, but it gets through. And now we're going to bring in a right-hander to work against Goldschmidt and make at least one other change.
It's going to be a double switch. Josh Bell is coming in. Ray LeBlanc is going out, as is Jose Osuna. Trying to keep this game at 4-3. Juan Nicasio coming in.
Copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Pittsburgh Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Still a 4-3 game, but the Diamondbacks threatening here in the 7th. 2 on, 2 out. Paul Goldschmidt coming up, and Josh Bell coming in. He'll play over at first on the double switch. So he'll be due up second in the bottom half of the sitting. And Juan Nicasio now on the mound.
And he has been kind of lights out, if you will, lately. He's just been terrific. The last 6 batters he's faced, he struck out 5 of them. He came in the other night, struck out the side.
Goldschmidt, the last time that he came up, hard to keep him down for long.
Up, out over the plate, buried it.
Didn't even get all of it, still enough to muscle it out of here. That was the 12th home run for Goldschmidt.
That gave him the lead back. They tied it.
And they caught that ball. Now a tough final out to try to get. Blanco at third. And the trailing runner Peralta at first. Both decent runners. You get the handedness advantage, but also lifetime. Goldschmidt has homered off Nicasio, but 6 for 21 lifetime. They've seen each other a lot all those days with Nicasio in Colorado and his year with the Dodgers.
Working hard to keep it at a 1-run deficit.
Goldschmidt with 39 runs batted in, hitting .421 with runners in scoring position. And Nicasio ahead of him 1-2.
With a lot of heat there. Up and in and just really cut the swing off, if you will. Not much you could do with it. Hard to get the bat up and in quickly enough with a good fastball up and in. Get both of those happen quick enough.
What will Nicasio throw here? Another fastball, or will he try the slider for the first time?
They want it away.
Got him to pop it up. Should stay in play. And Harrison comes in to get the final out. So Goldschmidt pops out and Strand's 2 men aboard. Inning stretch 4-3 Arizona. And look at some of the social media around this game with yeah, is it really playing hooky if you head out to the ballpark? And Carson Middle School, the 7th graders here today. A lot of students here out today. Johnstown also represented here today. Great to see. Outstanding attendance, behavior, and grades. I had the attendance.
I was going to say 2 out of 3 ain't bad for me.
Well, you were ahead of me then. A little breeze here today. Nice weather. Now the Pirates need to come from behind. And for the first time since the opener of this series, they'll face the Arizona bullpen.
Archie Bradley coming in to try to protect a 1-run lead. As Godley went 6 innings, giving up 3 runs on 7 hits. He walked the batter and struck out 6.
And the last reliever to throw for Arizona was this man, Bradley. And McCutcheon homered off him as the Pirates won the opener on Monday evening.
That's certainly a playoff beard he's got going on, isn't it?
A formidable main and a base hit to start. Mercer's been swinging a good bat.
Great start here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Sometimes the ground balls just find the right trail. Curve ball left it in the middle of the plate. Jordy recently has not missed too many pitches that have been left in the middle of the plate.
Yeah, last 10 games for Mercer, 16 hits. Josh Bell batting for the first time. Just came in on the double switch. Hitting at .227. He leads the ball club with 9 homers.
Trying to catch up to that 95-mile-an-hour fastball from Mr. Bradley.
And played pretty much straight up.
I ended up losing that ball for a minute, but chasing him down. It's a terrible feeling for a catcher when he knows the ball didn't get far, but he doesn't know where it is. So he's able to react and not have any drama.
Pirates have the tying run aboard here with nobody out in the 7th.
More heat. Used to be kind of conventional wisdom with pinch hitters. They're cold. They haven't been in the game action. Vulnerable. We used to throw a lot of fastballs because they hadn't seen any major league fastballs for a few hours. I don't know how much validity it had, but that was kind of an approach with pinch hitters. Show them a lot of heat.
Reaction times are slower, right? To start, maybe? I guess that's the theory.
All they've had that day is batting practice at an average speed, so maybe got a little bit of an edge.
Hole number 1. And that worked in Bell's case.
Yep. No contest against the heat there.
And Bradley can bring it. He's been one of the best middle relievers in baseball this year.
And if they do a remake of those Grizzly Adams movies, he can play the part. Big swing by Josh, comes up empty.
Adam Frazier 0 for 3 today.
More heat.
98.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Frazier proved he could catch up to that. He came in cold off the bench yesterday, got a base hit off Robbie Ray. Left-handed starter who threw a shutout yesterday. Don't blink.
Well, there's what, 97, 90, what was it, 98 again?
98, 98.
Yeah, down and away. Perfect pitch in terms of location. When you add that speed, it ain't happening for you as a hitter. And still, nothing subtle about Mr. Bradley to this point.
Speaking of heat,
Yeah.
Felipe Rivero getting ready in the Pirates bullpen. Drove all the way from Texas
To get out of the heat.
Well, Frazier's not a bad 2-strike hitter in his career. 304 after 2 strikes on him.
I don't know. We're happy to have him here, but why aren't you staying in Houston to watch the Astros?
Oh, come and see this beautiful ballpark. I came to see the Pirates win. That's what the sign says.
Okay.
They answered your question. You get a force and 2 on that. Even with Frazier running, they were able to get the double play. And it stays 4-3 Arizona.
Sports is brought to you by Barrel. Check out the Barrel Hot List at barrel.com. Now the only way to buy a car. And by Levin's, the official furniture and mattress supplier to the Pittsburgh Pirates. For the best quality, service, and value, shop Levin's. Let's go Bucks!
On this beautiful afternoon, the Pirates trying to make it a happy ending as they trail 4-3 to go to the 8th inning. On our UPMC scoreboard, Arizona has either led or the Pirates have come back and tied it. Oh, there is Marion today, longtime season ticket.
Happy birthday. 90 years old. Congratulations. You're looking great.
Out here at the ball game. Where else would you want to celebrate it?
Yep.
Lamb with 2 extra base hits today. That triple drove in a pair to start the scoring back in the 3rd. Juan Nicasio came on to get Goldschmidt to end the 7th. Came on with 2 on and 2 out.
I'll tell you, it's so great to see the fans, the real Pittsburgh Pirate fans like Marion. They love their Pittsburgh Pirates, win or lose. They love them more when they win, of course, but they never lose the loyalty. It's terrific. You know, it's always great to say hello to them, acknowledge them. Part of the great foundation of season ticket members, I guess they say now. It's the season ticket holders.
Lamb strikes out. Isn't that the beauty of cheering for a team? You cheer for them through thick and thin.
Yep.
And
yep.
when it is thick, it's a lot more fun.
Oh yeah, yeah. See, there are Pirates. You know, this is the team that represents our city. It ain't always going to happen. It's not always going to happen. I got to watch my grammar with all the school children here. It's not always going to happen, but you hang in with them because they are our Pirates.
Don't dangle any participles or anything like that. Uh-oh, that one got past Freeze. And Owings, who runs well, is going to get at least 2 out of this. He'll put on the brakes. And he'll be awarded a double.
Yep, David trying to take it on the backhand side. It works most of the time for David Freeze with that play. Try to have the glove in the right spot. Didn't have it there. The Diamondbacks in business. Top of the 8th inning.
And Owings, who runs well, back in scoring position, so the Diamondbacks will threaten again.
That's one of those plays. I don't know if David can get over, and if he can get over and keep it in front, but even if he does, it's probably going to cost him a base hit at first base. You take the chance, you take the risk. If you make it, you might be able to get him, maybe not, but if you don't, it's 2 bases.
Great explanation. You know, you want to try to get in front of it, but if you can't, or if
you know that's going to be a single.
Right, because if he has all that time to get in front of it, then he's got to still turn his body to throw.
Yeah.
And by that point, Owings.
Yep. Well, that's
all part of the calculation before the pitch comes in, right?
Not only what am I going to do if it's hit to me, but what I'm going to do in the various ways, with speed, with backhand, with all the possibilities. And you have to factor in what you're talking about, the speed. How much time am I going to have with what I might risk?
If he's going toward the foul line, he's going away from the play. It's going to take him longer. Speedy runner may, like you said, be a kind of a do or die type play.
If you go to the foul lines, he's going to be on first base.
Chris Iannetta with an RBI bounce out his last time. He splintered his bat. Firewood.
You know any campfire songs?
Okay. We were all thinking it.
I'll help you jump into the fire.
I'm just going to bring the marshmallows next time. That's it. The 1-2 from 1-2. And Steve says, I think Joe should have to sing the walk-up tunes for all the Pirates now. Okay, all right, yeah. So for Cervelli, I'd have to do that some more, right?
Sure, absolutely, yeah. I can't wait.
I'm known around my household for even the most common of nursery rhymes messing up the lyrics to those, so I don't know how good I would be at that. What is it? When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's Amore.
Yeah. Put a little something into it.
I gotta
put a little shoulder into it. Come on.
Me. Now the count is full. Owings can score on a base hit, trying to keep this a 1-run game in the 8th.
I'm sure you sing a lot to Miss Nancy.
That's kind of where I think that came from. Descalso would be next.
Your almost brand new daughter.
Year and a half now. Yeah, yep. Still new. 3-2 to Iannetta. He struck him out.
The Nicasio specialty, big second out. Goes away from the fastball. Slider gets him.
And a good one. Iannetta had a big home run to tie things on Monday. Comes back to get him, and now Descalso. Base hit back in the 4th.
Here's a walk-up song, an easy one for Descalso. Daniel, my brother. Yeah, you can do that.
Wow, you got
Elton John song.
Quite the. I think next spring training, let's have a little sing-off in the car.
Well, 75% of my brain has been wasted on song lyrics.
I'm curious to know where the other 25% went.
They were late arriving.
Nicasio very intentional here with potential insurance run out there for Arizona here in the 8th. Descalso 4 for 6 lifetime against Nicasio.
Almost turning it loose is Francisco Cervelli. It was wise he shut it down because Jordy Mercer was not at second base. There's Mercer, and yep, you got to hold on to that baseball.
Good look on our Allegheny Health Network Super Mode.
Was it a couple weeks ago we saw him pick off a man at second base?
He's had a couple of catcher pickoffs this year. Owings at second with 2 outs.
Late.
Nicasio struck out 2 in the inning, flanking that Owings double. Will this stay in play? Well, that's a souvenir. That's a baseball. He's a hockey fan.
Good idea from that number on the top of the cap.
Can I drink this thing? No, sir. That's a baseball. He's having a good time.
And a fan of Mr. Crosby. Things have slowed down dramatically here in the top of the 8th inning as the Diamondbacks are trying to add on, and Nicasio taking all kind of time. Very deliberate for Juan Nicasio. He's not known for this, but slowing it down this afternoon.
Well, we were talking earlier about how Robbie Ray yesterday, the Diamondback starter, dictated tempo.
Oh yeah, he pressured everybody, and he made them follow his pace.
Well, this is a different version of that.
Yeah, sure is. This is Bastardo-like.
And taking sometimes a minute or more between pitches. De La Rosa, the lefty, getting up. And it gets him to pop it up.
High sky.
Mercer hits the final out. It was worth the wait. Double left on, and the Pirates still down a run.
out to the wall. Here comes Andrew to score, and the Pirates on the board.
Yep. Well, obviously that's not Gabby Barrett, who will be featured, the performer on Friday Night Rocks this week. Join us as the Bucks take on the Mets this Friday and hear more from not Joe, Gabby Barrett, and some of the best bands in the burg on Friday Night Rocks, presented by Icy Light. You sound so like John Fogerty. It's incredible. Down on Creedence Clearwater, down on the block. Yeah, I'll tell you, it's Joe unplugged.
That was painful. Good thing Gabby will leave it to the professionals on Friday night. Harrison the first out. As the Diamondbacks make some changes. And they've got some activity with De La Rosa, the lefty, J.J. Hoover, right-hander.
Yeah, they want to get the Diamondbacks holding on to this lead till they get to the ninth, and what Fernando Rodney. 13 saves for the hatted one.
Pronounced shift on Jaso. That one will twist foul.
Certainly not too many subtleties from Archie Bradley.
Talk about a couple of good hairdos.
Yeah, in a sense.
Or face do, I guess in that case. It's trimmed very nicely.
And it goes away from the fastball there, does Bradley. He's given up 3 home runs. That'd work right here.
Including to McCutcheon on Monday evening.
John Jaso knows something about late inning dramatics.
With a game tying and game winning hit in successive innings.
That's like getting a save and a win, like Tony Watson almost did the other night when he could have been awarded.
You keep pitching for that.
Save and a win.
Not a bad idea. Out into short right. Owings able to come on for the second out. Now the cleanup man today, David Freese, coming up. Well, the Pirates had a leadoff single last inning against Bradley, erased on a double play. That's been the only base runner against him so far here in his second inning of relief. One swing of the bat can tie it. Freese has never faced Bradley.
That fastball up and in, but not nearly as far in as the fastball he saw earlier in the game from Godley. Almost got him in the helmet.
Yeah, a couple of balls up and in during that first at bat. Andrew McCutcheon hoping for a chance to face Bradley again. Not a lot of guys you could say that think that way, though. He has been tough. Was a starting pitcher coming up and was going to be and maybe still at some point in his career a very good starting pitcher. That's what they were hoping for, and had not had the results at the big league level. Decided to try him in the bullpen, and he has really excelled. Doesn't mean he can't go back, but right now Torey Lovullo really likes having Bradley as that fireman that he can use it At different points of the ball game, it really popularized last year by Cleveland and Andrew Miller. Repopularized. And Peralta gets the final out. Pirates down in order in the 8th. 9th coming up. Arizona still up a run. Has maintained their 1-run lead. And coming up tomorrow, Bucks hit the road. They'll head to New York City. And a weekend set against the Mets. We'll get you set for that opening game of the series on Friday night. It's at 6:30 with Pirates pregame presented by W.B. Mason.
Felipe Rivero coming on to try to hold it to a 4-3 ball game and take the Pirates to the bottom of the 9th inning. His numbers exceptional. 0.6 ERA. And you look at that number, it's so easy for any reliever to get a bloated earned run average when he gets beat up in one appearance, but that just simply has not been the case for Rivero. He's been very, very good since early April.
His career ERA as a Pirate is 2. And he did have one of those outings last year. And I said, okay, well, what if we take it? That was in a meaningless game at the end of the season. 117 it would be if you took that one outing away. So, I mean, he's been awfully good since the moment he set foot in Pittsburgh.
And we have fooled around with the word consistent through much of the afternoon, early on in the ball game. He has been remarkably consistent.
Gets lefties out, gets righties out, can throw hard, has off-speed stuff that works. And you wouldn't know it, but he has cool hair.
And there's the hook.
Nick Ahmed a single his last time.
And he goes to 100 miles an hour after the hook. Thank you very much. And his speed is not a laboring set of mechanics. I mean, it just, here he comes, nice and smooth. Doesn't appear to be overthrowing. It's just that the ball gets to home plate very quickly.
.101, and he's done. One out.
And counting, who knows?
The only lefty that throws harder is Aroldis Chapman.
Now, you could not hit that pitch with a bed slat, is what Bob Prince used to describe it as. It's too fast and it's too far outside, so the chances are not good.
But it's all that other stuff, like you said. He just showed the curve, you said, and you can't just sit on that fastball. Guys could still catch up to that, right? I mean, even if that's all they had to offer.
Yeah. So he has trouble with the curve, according to the movie, and then Clint Eastwood could make a sequel, Trouble with the Fastball.
Rivera
By
would
the way,
star on
happy
that.
birthday to Clint Eastwood today.
Oh, wow. You guys know each other?
No.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, I do. I spent a lot of time with him. Oh. Movie theaters.
Oh, okay.
You got to be looking for something off speed. I mean, just have to be.
And the pinch hitter Drury with a double here with one out.
You have to guess curveball, because if you're sitting on that curveball and it's not the curveball, you are so late. It's unbelievable. But he looked for it and got it, and made Felipe pay, which might anger him. You don't want to get a guy that throws 101 miles an hour too high.
14th double for Drury.
So here we are, just like we were in the top of the 8th with Nicasio, a strikeout and then a double. Again, work to be done.
Foul tip. Gregor Blanco has doubled and walked today.
And against Rivera, if you're a left-hand batter, it's doubly tough. Actually, Rivera could have gotten that call as Fernando Rodney. You might recognize him by the way he wears his hat.
Just checking in on Rivera. He's only allowed 4 extra base hits all year. That was the 4th. I mean, we're a third of the way through the season. 4.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he doesn't pitch every day, but I mean,
I hear you.
He's at 27 innings now, 4 extra base hits. Move over the runner, but there are 2 gone. Drury at third. And again, you got a chance to get out of this without having to face Paul Goldschmidt. Though David Peralta is no walk in the park.
Just took a quick look. Among other things, Rivera has not thrown a wild pitch. Just looked at that because there's a man on third base. Who, by the way, is able to take a lead almost halfway to home plate with how far off third base David Freese is playing.
Pirates in a bit of a shift there.
You get a good look at the separation of David.
An extra room in right center as well. Rivera trying to keep it at 4-3. Pirates have Cervelli, McCutchen, and Osuna. Pardon me, the pitcher spot due up in the bottom of the 9th.
By the way, Joe, I'm going to be watching the game Sunday. Is there any chance you could sing another Pleasant Valley Sunday for me? Just a little bit of it.
Sure, I'll call you on. I'll call you on your cell phone. But
just give me a heads up. You text me. You can text me.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. And Instagram, you can do a lot of things.
I'll record it and email it to you, or maybe send you
Snapchat or Snapcast or what's that thing? Statcast.
I'll Statcast it to you.
Okay.
Weekly hit and the final out. So the 1-out double left on, and the Pirates try their hand against Fernando Rodney. go. Bottom of the 9th inning. And still time to raise it, but the Pirates down a run. 1 ties it, 2 wins it. Winner takes the series. Pirates trying to come from behind. They're no strangers to that.
I want to take you back to the last out as the Pirates kept it 4-3. Watch Rivero. Look at the glove. The ball goes to second base. The glove goes toward home plate. Throw goes to first base, and the Pirates go to the dugout. Interesting.
Yeah,
as is the closer for the Arizona Diamondbacks, Fernando Rodney. A unique finish to the top of the 9th inning. Pirates need a point, need to score a goal, and at least send it in at overtime. The numbers for Rodney, now take a look, 18 2/3 innings, 10 walks, an ERA of 6.75, so possibilities exist.
Rodney really hit hard early, and now in his last 9 games has not allowed a run and has given up 2 hits.
I want to see the hat up close. Give me, this is always a treat when I get to look. I'm not going to say anything bad about it. It's just I look forward to seeing it.
I don't know how he's ever able to throw strikes.
A balance issue. Maybe it creates a tangent or something there.
An arc tangent.
Yeah.
Something. Hey, it's worked through the years. 40 years old now, and Rodney's still a closer and an effective one. Cervelli ahead of the count, 2-0. 1 for 3 lifetime. Pirates have the most, or tied for the 3rd most, I should say, wins in the National League in their final at bat.
Starts with a base runner.
Well, they've walked off twice on this homestand. 1 thanks to that guy on Monday evening, homering off Archie Bradley. How about a leadoff walk? Steve, you were saying that. Well, McCutcheon's going to have another chance to repeat the feat on Monday, just after the Pirates had relinquished the lead in the top half. 3 pitches into the bottom of the 9th. A slamming home run. And a little bit of fun. To the victors go the spoils. And the sports drinks. So Cervelli will be pinch run for Alan Hansen, representing that tying run. Has those good wheels. Maybe he can jog around ahead of Andrew McCutchen. Kutch with 2 hits today. Doubled back in the 5th and singled in the 6th.
And to load up that swing for a fastball, and he's still out in front of it a little bit.
He's had some trouble with his eyes today. Did that a little bit earlier back in the 2nd inning when he struck out. McCutchen 0 for 3 lifetime against Rodney.
Looking for the fastball again and did not get it. So all of a sudden, from not being able to throw strikes, walks Cervelli in 4 pitches. He's out in front of Andrew 0-2.
Rodney's had that outstanding changeup through the years. Started in 2002 with Detroit.
Yeah, and the All-Star team last year divided between 2 teams, I think Padres and Marlins.
Had a sub-1 ERA with the Padres, and then got traded and had an ERA almost at 6 with Miami. Hansen pinch running at first. He's the tying run with nobody out.
Very good speed. They've got to keep track of him. 1-run ball game. Modest lead, very modest. Good block by Chris Iannetta.
Well, in case Hansen does end up running, he was thrown out this week. He's only attempted 3 times in his part-time action. Iannetta has not thrown out any of the 7 attempted base stealers this season.
Fernando Rodney does not give you a high leg kick, whether that's just a slide step that I saw right there, but not much room to get an early break with that last delivery. And maybe the hat gives the impression he's looking at you over at first base, so you don't want to take too big a lead. Ah, that could be it. That's how he holds the runners on. Holds the runners.
From 0-2 to 3-2.
And you might be looking at the pitch of the ball game here.
Elias Diaz would bat for the pitcher. One swing can win it for the Pirates. Down a run in the 9th. Hansen running. Fouled away.
And he went off speed with the delivery to Andrew, and Andrew way out in front, but makes contact. Take a look at the jump. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Enough strides before the pitch is delivered to make it happen. Andrew almost hit the ball in back of himself. We'll do it again.
He's running again. It's ball 4. Back-to-back walks to start the Pirates' 9th.
Really good at bat for Andrew. Or, excuse me. Yes, I'm sorry. Looking down the wrong spot on the scorecard, but the Pirates very much in business. And now what are we going to do? Or they're going to confer on the mound, and we're going to get a visit from the Arizona dugout. I want to talk about their defensive alignment and responsibilities. There's Diaz talking with Joey Cora. A lot of conferences going on. Joe, let's you and I talk.
Everybody assembled here. Gifton Gopay has just been announced as the pinch hitter with Diaz on deck, so looks like a bunting situation. Lead runner Hansen at second. Base hit could tie it, but if you move over the runners with nobody out, then a base hit could win it with 1 out. So assuming that's why Clint Hurdle going with Ngope here.
Yep. And they're crashed. They've already set up on the corners. Goldschmidt doesn't have anything to do with Andrew McCutchen. He's well on the grass. This is a situation where it's not. It's certainly not. The one thing you want to avoid is bunting the ball to the first base, and you don't want to do that. He's got a good throw over to first base. All you got to do is bunt it hard toward third base. You force the third baseman to commit, and you're in business.
Now you might ask, why not bring up a pitcher? They bunt all the time. Well, the Pirates, at least that I can't think of, don't have a particularly outstanding bunting pitcher. Whereas Ngope in his minor league career, 59 sacrifices. So he's done this quite a bit.
Yep.
So I assume that's why Hurdle is going to go with Ngope here, burning a position player. And also being able to read a pitch like that.
Exactly. That's a good take. And this guy is having trouble throwing strikes. He's walked the first 2 batters. So, you make sure you get a strike. Force him to throw strikes. He could walk the bases loaded.
You're pointing out Rodney's struggles with the walks. One is down.
Goldschmidt bobbles, and everyone's going to be safe.
Twists and turn of a baseball game because Goldschmidt is going to go definitely to third base. I don't know whether he gets him or not because I was watching him, but he bobbles the ball, and then the play is over because of Ngope's speed. How about this turn of events? Here's the bunt. It's not down the third base line. Goldschmidt, you can see he's got the play if he picks it up, and then he has no play because of Ngope's speed. So the bobble opens up the pantry door. And you got one of the Pirates' hottest hitters up.
Usher hitting .350 with runners in scoring position coming in. Ball one. The tying run in the speedy Hansen at third on the error by Goldschmidt. McCutchen, after his successive walk, the potential winning run at second. And Ngope reaching on a sacrifice. Still nobody out. 2 walks and a botched sacrifice. Never down until the final out. And Rodney hasn't gotten one of them yet.
And Andrew can take a lot of lead off second base.
Not far enough for Hansen to come home. And there's nowhere to put Jordy Mercer. He's down 2-1 now.
There's the ball getting away. No chances unless you're sure. Yep, they're still deep in the outfield. Ground ball base hit wins the ball game because Andrew can take as much of a lead as he wants. They're not concerned about him.
They will be if Mercer gets a base hit. Through Rodney. There's 1 out and there's 2, but the game is tied. Ahmed, the slick fielding shortstop, able to turn 2 on that, but Hansen is in to tie this at 4.
All we needed was for Rodney to get a glove on the ball and just deflect it somewhere and have it bounce crazy, but it gets through. And you get the double play at the cost. But the run scores, and we're still. Yeah, are they in Andrew McCutchen's way? Are they going to? No, they're not going to bother with that. But that was a lot of traffic. They get the double play. We got a brand new ball game.
And no obstruction called. Well, still got to be aware of a wild pitch. Base hit wins it.
Wild pitch wins it. Rodney has thrown 4 wild pitches.
And his battery mate Iannetta trying to make sure of that. The Pirates have tied it here in the bottom of the 9th. Trying to see if they can walk off again for the 3rd time on this homestand. Cervelli got things started with a walk. And Tony Watson loosening. Two and 2 on Josh Bell.
Well, the Pirates trailed early. They tied it up in the 5th. And the Diamondbacks got the lead right back. It's just, it's been hard work. It's been a lot of uphill work for the Pirates, but the ball game has not gotten away.
And Rodney rebounds to get a double play and a strikeout. And the Pirates, with the bases loaded and nobody out, get the tying run. But we'll go to the extra innings. the winner of this series. The Pirates with some more late inning magic, so to speak, at least a little bit of magic to get the tying run across.
How about that? All that action, bases loaded, nobody out. They are maybe anticipating some weather. Obviously they are if they're getting the tarp ready, but no hits in that. So the 2 walks, the error, and the Pirates managed to squeeze 1 run out of it.
Elias Diaz now in to catch, and his battery mate becomes Tony Watson.
The 6th pitcher of the afternoon for the Pirates. Cool, Hudson, LeBlanc, Nicasio, Rivera, Watson.
Pirates are 5-3 in extra innings. The Diamondbacks are 3-1. And he has to face Paul Goldschmidt to start. Goldschmidt 0 for 3 lifetime against Watson. Watson in his last outing giving up a 2-run game-tying home run to Chris Iannetta with 2 outs and 2 strikes on him in the 9th inning. The Pirates prevailed on McCutcheon's game-winning home run. Jordy Mercer did not get credit for a run batted in. He hit into a double play with the bases loaded, nobody out in the 9th. It did plate the tying run, but gave Rodney an out. Actually 2, quite literally, but in that bottom of the 9th inning. The Pirates will take the charity. Pirates are out of position players on their bench now. There's 1 out.
Doesn't matter how hard you hit it if you hit it at somebody. Didn't take long to get to David. Back, bat, glove, that quick.
Goldschmidt hit it hard, but 1 for 4 today. He did homer back in the 6th. Jake Lamb 2 extra base hits today, won a 2-run triple back in the 3rd inning. 4-4 in the 10th.
That's a prime example of the different swing of a left-hand batter off a left-hand pitcher with that big sweeping curveball. That's almost a departure with the body up toward the first baseline, getting out of the way of a ball that you think is going to hit you, but winds up curving quite a bit away from you. It's a different look, different swing.
Yeah, Lamb hits just 160 against lefties.
You just got an example of that the last 2 deliveries from Tony.
Well, that's probably the last part of the game offensively for Lamb to really blossom into a big league star. Still just 26 years old. And the slugging against lefties too, 320. So he slugs lower than he hits for average against righties. Weekly hit. And 2 up and 2 down against Watson here in the 10th.
Nice to see Tony on the other side of those 2 bats, but still work to do against Owens.
Looking ahead to the Diamondbacks bench too, they have a backup catcher, Jeff Mathis, a righty batter, and then a guy who can catch and play in the field too, a lefty batter, Chris Herman, available. Again, Pirates out of position players. Marinas and Barbado available off in the Pirates pen, and Jorge De La Rosa, one of 3 lefties still available to Torey Lovello. He's got a Wilhelmsen and Hoover, a couple of righties out there too. So the Diamondbacks at least with more options here going into extra innings. That's what happens, right? You're playing from behind. You've got to pull out all the stops.
Yep.
In regulation. That's what the Pirates did to get to extra innings.
Work hard, and I hope you got enough left in the tank to put it over the edge.
And enough ink. Adam Frazier is going to lead off the 10th with Harrison and Jaso to follow.
We have a little bit of concern, I guess, about weather, and it seems like the ballpark has gotten dark. The sun is behind the clouds, and I don't know if you can't be thinking about putting the lights on, but it's a whole different look inside the ballpark right now.
Yeah, trying to make quick work here in this inning. Oh, that is.
Yeah, it's building up. It's got some stuff perhaps coming in from the west.
Chris Owings with a double back in the 8th. Pirates have already won 3 times this year when trailing going into the 9th. Trying to make it 4 here today. But first they need to put up a 0. He struck him out. So Watson sends down the side in order. Now the Pirates need a run with Adam Frazier leading it off at the bottom of the 10th. They got here with the Diamondbacks leading 2-0. The Pirates chipping into the deficit in the 5th inning. Jose Osuna with an RBI double and a pinch hit single by Polanco knotted it up at 2 through 5 innings. But the Diamondbacks answered in the top of the 6th. Paul Goldschmidt with his 12th home run off his ex-teammate Daniel Hudson. That gave the Diamondbacks the lead. They would go up 4-2. Pirates get one back in the 6th. David Freese's RBI fielder's choice. And then in the 9th, Fernando Rodney walked the first 2 men, sacrificing an error. And even though they got a double play ball there, Hanson trotting across with the tying run. And as the skies start to darken here in the 10th, the outlook brightening for the Pirates. Adam Frazier leading things off 0 for 4 today. He's grounded into back-to-back double plays.
Well, it's still daytime. Adam, you've done very well during the daytime. You've done very well against lefties. So do it again.
And behind 2 strikes. against Jorge De La Rosa.
Left-hander, a little bit vulnerable in a couple areas. 17 innings, 9 walks. That's still a higher number than you would want to see if you're a Diamondbacks person. And he's also thrown 3 home runs. And again, possibilities exist. But Adam in the hole 0-2, and now in the hole 0-3.
0 for 5 today. 1 gone in the Pirates' 10th inning. De La Rosa, a longtime Colorado Rocky, originally signed with the Diamondbacks way back in 1998.
Fourth pitcher of the afternoon for the Snakes.
Harrison 0 for 3, walked back in the 6th. A rally cap. 1 swing of the bat can win it. Down underneath it. No lights are on here. A little more challenging with the cloud cover.
It is.
And 2 outs by De La Rosa.
Maybe John Jaso is our X-Man, our extra inning man.
He has been the hero before. Go back to the series against the Mets on Saturday. Had a pinch hit game tying single and then the game winner in the 10th inning. Jaso's been swinging a good bat today, a pair of singles, but he has not fared well against lefties. Pirates are out of position players to substitute. So 1 for 12 against lefties. The only one he had, though, was that game winner in the 10th.
Yeah, I'm wondering this early in the evening or late afternoon if they're going to turn the lights on here.
Right now they're off. Good thing is with the new LED lights that the Pirates have, if they want to turn them on, they go on right away. The old ones used to take a half inning to kind of warm up. Now 2-2 on Jaso.
De La Rosa showing he can get it to home plate quickly, 94 miles an hour.
Increased velocity since working out of the bullpen. David Freese would bat next if it gets there. Out and deep to left. Blanco back on this one. He can't get it. Jaso heading to second. And he's there with the potential winning run and 2 outs.
And he gave that ball a long, long ride toward the 410 sign out by the notch by the bullpen door. Lots and lots of carry. There's a little helping wind now as the weather comes this way, but John gets a lot of that ball. And you knew right away that Descalzo was not going to catch it. He'll put the glove up, see if he can make any kind of a little decoy, but everybody knows that ball is not going to be caught.
And for Jaso, his first extra base hit off a lefty since September 23rd, 2015.
Sorry about that. Blanco in left field.
And they'll intentionally walk David Freese. And Elias Diaz just called up yesterday with a chance here. Jaso the potential winning run at second. Maybe a tick below average out there. Not a plotter. And a good stop by Iannetta. Ball one. Two hits. Those are the only major league hits he has. The third could win it. Jaso with that 2-out double. You think about Jaso hitting off lefties coming into today. 2 for 31 as a Pirate against lefties. One of those hits was the other night in the 10th inning. Here a double with 2 outs.
A bang right in the back of the shoulder. Yeah, let's get some.
Two on and 2 out. The only man that matters right there, John Jaso. Down the line, twisting. This one is foul. Home run distance, but foul.
Wow.
Surprising power from Diaz. Base hit can win it for the Buccos. They scored a run in the bottom of the 9th to tie it. Jaso aboard on the double. Always use a little extra. Staying alive. Diaz hit .281 in Indy this season.
You're wanting us to get a base hit right here.
And that will send us to an 11th inning. Well, Jaso gave the Pirates a chance, but De La Rosa got out of it. And we'll see inning number 11.
Inning. While we're away, the grounds crew checking in. As you check the radar, there is stuff heading our way, but nothing yet. Threatening skies, breezy out to left field. As Johnny Barbado takes over. Tony Watson going a scoreless inning. Pirates working hard to tie it. Come back in the 9th inning, and on we go. Johnny Barbado, pitcher number 7 this afternoon for the Pirates. His 13th appearance, 3.93 ERA. He has also had some control issues, 9 walks in 18 innings, a couple of home runs. As the Pirates will try to put up another 0 and have at it in the bottom part of the 11th inning.
Chris Iannetta to lead it off. Pitcher spot due to follow.
He was the evil one with the home run off Tony Watson.
Now remember, you see
this
Iannetta
matchup, yeah.
with the mouth guard there. This is the first time that these two have faced each other since a few weeks ago. And
that's hard to look at.
Very unintentional, but there was a scary moment, and a good thing for Chris Iannetta that, considering how serious that looked, and it wasn't as bad as it could have been, but still he had some stitches in his upper lip, a couple of fractured teeth, and a break in his nose. They put him on the concussion DL, and he was back 9 days later. So
that's amazing that wasn't more damage, more serious. That's a baseball thrown, a hard baseball thrown that fast in the face.
Goes back to strike him out. With Barbado and Iannetta exchanging texts and making sure that he knew that it was unintentional and that his sympathies were with him.
High breaking ball that he gets away with, and the first out recorded at the top of the 11th.
And the rain just starting to fall here. Here in the 11th inning. Right out to McCutchen.
Maybe 3 quick outs and a quick run. Who knows?
Playing under the lights now.
Yep.
Wind picking up a bit, whistling those flags.
So you can never predict an extra innings, but sometimes it's very abrupt. You get a ball up in the air, you got a heavy wind blowing straight out.
Kind of weird that, you know, you think in extra innings it can be interminable, but now here there is kind of that time element, because yes, the game can go forever, but someone wants to win before the rain comes.
The rain waits for no man. But this is getting involved with the Pirates bullpen.
Now the Pirates only have one reliever left in their bullpen. It's Marinos. Out toward the notch, and Frazier can't find it. It's because it's gone, and a long way out of here. Nick Ahmed, who hit a first 2 home run game in his career against the Pirates back in Arizona, hits his 5th of the year.
Wow. That's exactly what happened. He hit a lot of it, but he hit it at the biggest part of the ballpark toward the 410 sign. And I thought it was gone when it left the bat, but then I saw.
That's what fooled me, is Frazier's.
Yeah, Frazier looked like he might have had it measured, but he lost it in that in-between light. And that is crushed up into the Pirate bullpen. Couldn't see it, yeah.
Never saw it. Ahmed has never hit more than 9 home runs in a season.
And now the wind is flying out there. That was not going to be caught. Regardless.
The wind made it go a little farther, but it was out of here. Yeah, it was well.
It was a matter of which bullpen it's probably going to land in.
426 feet on StatCast. 5-4 Arizona in the 11th.
It's almost a trade-off with the distance that Jordy Mercer got in Arizona as a shortstop, and now the Diamondbacks shortstop returns the favor here in this ballpark.
Known for his glove, but a big home run as the rain falling and the wind trying to pick up here in the later stages. Pirates have not led in this game, though they have come back and battled to tie it a couple of occasions.
They're not done yet. They are not done yet. Stay tuned.
Andrew McCutchen would lead off the bottom of the 11th. Herman fouls it back. Batting for the pitcher. And McCutchen, no stranger to late inning heroics this week. In this series, to be exact. Pirates will need to score at least one in this bottom half. Book closed on De La Rosa. 1 hit, 1 walk, 1 strikeout in a scoreless inning.
But the run belongs to him.
To Rodney. Oh, to Barbado, I beg your pardon. The rain's coming down a little bit harder now.
Yeah, it's there's still some semblance of blue sky out in the horizon, but that's quite a ways east of us right now. It's starting to get a little serious.
Matt Brown and his crew at the ready if needed. Up to Gary Cedarstrom on when to pause action. And this is such a tough spot because that's a neat look on the Allegheny Health Network Supermo.
It's a neat look. You're right. It's not much fun in reality.
And we will see a 10th pitch coming up. Time to get those ponchos out. Yeah, rain's coming down pretty good. And he walks him on 10 pitches with 2 outs. Well, when you pitch in the rain like that, does it make it tougher to throw it where you want, or?
Well, the grip becomes an issue. Yeah, it intrudes on your concentration. It's just a lousy set of circumstances. You've given up a home run. You've walked a batter. You're trying to get a grip on the baseball. Throw it where you want to. There's a lot of things going on for John right now.
Well, the rookie trying to get the final out of the 11th after Nick Ahmed homering to give Arizona the lead. Twisting down the line. Long run for Frazier. Can't get it. Base hit. And stuck between second and third. Herman gets back in time. Blanco with his second hit today. 3 straight men have reached with 2 outs here in the rain.
That breeze just pushing that ball far enough out and pushing it straight so it didn't have a chance to slide across the chalk and be a foul ball. Just kind of holds its line and falls down into no man's land. And now Ray Searage going to want to talk to Barbado here as things continue to deteriorate in the 11th inning. Both of these teams heading out of town in this kind of weather. The Pirates going to New York and the Diamondbacks going to Miami. But work to be done before anybody gets out of town.
Yeah, the Pirates will have McCutchen likely to face J.J. Hoover at the bottom of the 11th. Then it'll be a decision time for Clint Hurdle because the pitcher spot is due up second and there are no position players remaining. Tyler Glasnow has also been used in this game as a pinch runner.
Garrett Cole swings the bat pretty good.
And he might be the option. David Peralta, a single back in the 7th. We're in the 11th. Nick Ahmed homering to put Arizona ahead.
You know, you talk about the difficulty for the pitcher. How about the grip on the bat too, with the rain coming down? So it's not much fun for anybody in these conditions.
Field will hold a good amount of water. If this is the only inning, assuming it's going to end, this top half will end quickly. I'm sure Matt Brown, who keeps checking just as we do, checks the radar forecast. He'll give recommendations between innings to crew chief Gary Cedarstrom, who's working the plate today.
You know, it's been interesting. There have been several games this year, maybe more than usual, where we have completed a game, whether it's a Pirate win or loss, and the rains have come.
Yes.
So we're heading out to the parking lots and all that sort of thing. Didn't make it today.
Pirates able to tie it in the bottom of the ninth. This is normally a heavy enough rain that would stop action. Now we see some lightning off in the distance.
And if that gets going, he will shut it down very quickly.
Yeah. Now this is a very steady shower. But again, you can play this whole inning through it if there's no lightning and thunder.
You heard the thunder rumbling in the background.
And he's going to try to push it as far as he can. Now that's a hearty fan. You know all about the rain. We've seen a lot of it this spring. Runners will be on the move on 3-2. And a walk from Barbados. So home run, walk, single, walk. Diamondbacks have loaded the bases. And Paul Goldschmidt is going to come up. And the last pitcher, at least non-starting pitcher available to Clint Hurdle, is up. Jan Mariñez.
Now, if they shut it down, this is not an official ball game until the Pirates get a chance to hit. Is that correct?
It would be picked up from where it leaves off.
Yeah.
It would be a suspended game.
Yeah.
Now, these two teams, this is their final meeting of the season. Now, they play very far from one another in their home environment, so that is imperative that Gary Cederstrom at 4:18 p.m.
He's in a bind.
Well, I mean, it's 4:18 in the afternoon. There's plenty of time to complete this one way or the other.
Yeah.
Pirates played a game in Atlanta last week that ended at 1:52 in the morning. So
yeah, there's time. I read about that.
2 days later in the paper.
Yes.
Goldschmidt today has homered. Find out his last time.
And charged with an error that led to the Pirate tying run.
Keith hanging in there.
Dave over there. Who's under the tarp? Keith is okay. Yep, Keith and Dave.
That's a tough gig when the weather turns sour. Yeah, out and deep. That wind is blowing it out there, and McCutchen able to track it down.
Wow.
That was going to be a heap of trouble, and McCutchen keeps it a one-run game. He'll lead off the bottom of the 11th with the Pirates trailing Arizona 5-4. last time the Pirates were cornered, they scored the equalizer. Here in a driving rain, they need another. At least 2 would win it. And we've seen this before back on Monday evening. Tie game, bottom of the 9th. Leadoff man Andrew McCutchen with the game winner. Pirates won the first game of the series. Celebrated with McCutchen. And he has a chance to at least knot it up again here this time.
Happy ending there for sure. This would be happy but messy, but happy first. See Garrett Cole.
Yeah,
he thought the possibility existed with a bat and a helmet.
Yeah, Barbados' spot is due up second. And in the driving rain, certainly
extreme conditions.
Used to this growing up in Elizabeth. Going for his 7th major league save. I mean, it is pouring out, and it is beginning to pool in the infield. This is going to test the boundaries of play. Gary Cederstrom just trying to get this 11th inning in. Pirates trying to tie it
and
send it to a rain delay.
And the Arizona Diamondbacks probably have to fight the temptation of rushing, because they want to get these outs and get out of there, and sometimes you can get a little careless. Hopefully that's the case from the Pirates' standpoint.
McCutchen has doubled and singled. He has walked. He has homered twice in his career off Hoover. How about a McCutchen home run and then a Cole home run? And the Pirates win.
Oh yeah, and they'd talk about that for years to come.
It is really raining out, and it has since the beginning of the sitting, where Nick Ahmed homered to give Arizona the lead.
Everybody trying to keep their hands dry. Pitcher, batter, catcher.
And McCutchen is out number 1 in the Pirates' 11th. Well, Garrett Cole has homered before, and he's homered in this ballpark against the Diamondbacks.
Out of here.
So, can he repeat the feat? Pirates need a run here. 1 for 2 in his career as a pinch hitter. He's batting for Barbados.
Good cut.
If the Pirates do tie it, and we do have a 12th inning, whenever that 12th inning would be played, Pirates only have Jan Marinas left. Otherwise, they'd have to use a starting pitcher. And they used 1 in this game to start the game. Cool. They used 1 as a pinch runner. And then they used 1 right now in Cole as a pinch hitter. So
the cupboard is almost bare. Make him throw strikes, Garrett.
got to try to win it here.
Make him throw strikes.
Like you said, probably hard to be patient right now, right?
Yeah, you got to fight that feeling of urgency. I want to get it done right away. Sometimes it makes you rush.
You're in a driving rain. Two and two on Cole with 1 out. And now the field's starting to take on some of that water. It's amazing how long it takes, though, just to even get to that point. Yep. Hoover with back-to-back strikeouts here in the 11th.
Yeah, went away from the fastball. Had Garrett had to be looking for a fastball. Didn't get it. 2 quick outs.
See the water coming off his bat? as he swung.
And the helmet coming loose. Everything's out of whack.
Hey, it's backyard baseball. It's up to Jordy Mercer. Pirates expanding the zone, trying to make something happen here in the 11th. Mercer with a base hit back in the 7th.
See if we can hit a ball in the infield and see somebody lose their footing.
Or how about deep out to left?
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
And there it goes! A game-tying home run by Jordy Mercer.
This is incredible!
Down to their last out in the driving rain. Jordy Mercer ties it with a home run. I don't believe it.
Well, if you were doubting that the Pittsburgh Pirates don't stay involved until the end of the ball game and the 27th out is recorded, then you haven't been watching the Pittsburgh Pirates during this homestand. This is unbelievable. It's hard to believe, and it's quite wonderful to believe.
And now one swing of the bat could win it.
And that's not hitting it down inside the foul pole. That's driving this ball into the bullpen. Biggest part of the ballpark. Yeah, you're getting some help for the win. I don't care. It's a home run.
He's had some big hits this year. When you think about, I mean, it's miserable out there. It's raining.
Keep your focus, keep your concentration, put that kind of swing. You're down to 1 out. Easy to be discouraged. Okay, we didn't make it. It's miserable. I mean, that is staying in the moment, Jordy Mercer. That is staying in the moment. The water coming off the bat, the baseball coming off the bat better, and that's a beautiful thing to watch. That really is. A lot of home run and a lot of character.
And Bell strikes out for the 3rd time today. Hoover struck out 3 men, but 1 left the ballpark. Jordy Mercer will send us to a 12th inning here on this wild and wet Wednesday. Up quite a bit, and Jordy Mercer brought some thunder. Wow.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're one of the 16 people that are still here, God bless you.
And they're hiding in all crooks and crevices, and Matt Brown and his groundskeeping crew. I mean, you think about right now having to try to keep this field. I mean, normally they would just, cover it up, but trying to get through that 11th inning, and Jordy Mercer said, "No, let's have another." And in
This
an
is
improbable
and this is
run.
going to take a while before they can get up enough of that kitty litter out there and soak some stuff up, get rid of the
Thank you for
pooling.
the correction. Yeah, so the Pirates, well, now they're going to
put the tarp on.
Yeah, the field doesn't look like it is going to be able to be played. Playable right now. Jan Marina is about to come in. And Gary Sealerstrom making that decision after seeing the.
Yep. Talking to Clint Hurl, and now he's going to go over to the Arizona Diamondbacks dugout and explain the situation to them.
Yeah, that field could have gotten you through the 11th, but Mercer's game-tying home run. Well, now this is interesting because when the rain does stop, it's going to take a while to get the field in the playing capability. Because normally you would just cover up the field when it starts raining.
Yeah. How about these shortstops? Now Mercer goes deep, monster deep in Arizona. Now you come back and the shortstop for the Diamondbacks goes deep. So Mercer said, check and then checkmate. And he comes back. The shortstops are doing it.
And you think about the week plus that he's had, and always so sure-handed defensively. You could say the same thing about Nick Ahmed of the Diamondbacks, but he has come through some big hits this season, and perhaps none bigger than that game-tying 2-out home run that has sent us to a 12th inning, but the rain has sent us to a delay here this afternoon.
You got to have some
PNC
rain
Park.
songs, don't you?
We won't be singing in the rain just yet.
All right, Gene Kelly.
5-5
Or dancing.
in the 12th inning. And coming up next, we've got some Inside Pirates baseball for you to take you through this rain stoppage here. We'll rejoin you with an update, but stay tuned for some more Pirates programming right here on Root Sports.
try one of these?
You want me to take anything off?
Yeah.
off for Arizona. And Jan Mariñas, the 23rd man to come in for the Pirates here in this game.
Wild, wild ride. And I'll tell you what's impressive to me, Joe, is the distance that these two shortstops hit those home runs. I mean, they're not cheap. They were toward the 410 sign, toward the notch, both of them in respective bullpens. I mean, they didn't hit it down the line, just crushed home runs.
And this is the current defense behind Mariñas. Frazier, McCutchen, and Jaso all out there to start. Freese, Mercer, Harrison, and then Josh Bell now at first. Elias Diaz doing the catching. And it has cooled off considerably after the rain moved through.
We do have enough for 9 players out there, right? We're at a full complement currently with 9.
But there are only 2 substitutes.
Okay.
So if there would be some sort of injury, you'd either have Ivan Nova or Trevor Williams playing.
Well, a tip of the cap once again to the tremendous work this ground crew did to get this field ready. It rained and rained and rained and rained, and it is very playable. We've been watching them. They've been terrific, absolutely terrific. Way to go, fellas.
That is seconded. They work hard around the clock sometimes, and today working all day. Make sure this one could continue. Chris Owings out on deck. Lamb with a triple and a double today. He drove into the first 2 of the game back in the 3rd inning. And he is bidding for his 3rd extra base hit.
And he'll get it.
And Lamb there at second base with his 3rd extra base hit today. The Diamondbacks right back in business here in the 12th. Look at our Allegheny Health Network Supermo. And a lot of the folks that were here today, over 20,000. Many have gone back.
It's almost time to go back to school for some of the youngsters.
We had a rain delay of 1 hour and 33 minutes. Resuming at 6:04. This game started at 12:37 today. Sticking around to try to see the conclusion, hopefully in favor of the Buccos, who have not led in this game.
Serious baseball fans. I mean, serious baseball fans. Looked like they might have been shortened up to try to bunt on the first delivery. Not the same look on the second one. But Mariñas behind 2-0.
Owings 1 for 4 today. Mariñas last pitched on Sunday, pitched 2 innings. And he is your length guy right now as it stands.
Back to the bunt approach.
Both teams will travel after the game today. And those guys, I'm sure, wanting this one to be a nice bridge into the next game that they're going to watch. Well, the way that this one stands, there's not going to be a way that either Trevor Williams or Ivan Nova will pitch in this game, with them being the last 2 starting pitchers. And so if they would be used, it would be solely for an injury replacement. That's all the Pirates have left. So it's Mariñas, who's never pitched as much as 3 innings in a major league game.
Tag, you're it.
With the Diamondbacks threatening to put a lead back up here in the 12th. And Nova pitched 7 innings yesterday. And Williams, bearded in the background there, pitched 6 innings 2 days ago. They're not going to, either of those guys aren't going to come on. So the Diamondbacks with more flexibility here in the later innings. Pirates managed to keep this thing going. And a strikeout by Martinez.
At 94 miles an hour, bringing in his version of speed. That is a big out. The runner at second base does not move. Downstairs, the overswing, and first out here in the 12th.
Lamb, that potential go-ahead run. Standing at second, Chris Iannetta had some heroics in game 1 of this series. Game tying 2 out, 2 strike, 2-run home run. We get the 9th off Tony Watson Monday evening. He's 0 for 5 today. Martinez, the 8th pitcher to pitch for the Pirates today. And this is what Chris Iannetta did back on Monday. The Pirates were a strike away, and he yanks a home run into the corner, and instead the game was tied. Of course, that set up the thrilling conclusion with Andrew McCutchen leading off the bottom of the 9th with a game-winning home run.
So we appreciate Iannetta setting up the heroics.
I'm talking with Tony Watson yesterday about it, and he said, you know, you never want to blow a save. Never, you know, feels bad about that, but he was one of the first guys that ran out to the pile after McCutchen hit that home run. So
absolutely,
it made it feel take the sting out of most of that right away.
Probably nobody wanting to thank Andrew more than Tony Watson.
Mm-hmm. Lamb at second, 1 out.
Just pounding him inside. Iannetta hanging in there, but seeing a lot of fastballs inside part of the plate and close to the body.
Well, the battery trying to communicate here. Diaz just recalled yesterday Martinez, the last time Diaz was up with the Pirates, he was with the Milwaukee Brewers, so they have never worked together. And Iannetta strikes out. And back-to-back strikeouts with a man in scoring position.
There you go, Jan. Well, that just clanked off the glove, but all's well as the tag is made.
Many of whom no longer available in this one, just spectators. Ray Fuentes lined out his only trip.
It's not easy to leave a leadoff double at second base, but Martinez has a chance to do that. Strikeouts don't move people.
Fuentes, a fast base runner, a light hitter. He got called up when A.J. Pollock was injured in that series against the Pirates. He's bounced around a little bit. There's the shadows that encompass home plate right now.
We're used to seeing those as we get ready for a 7:05 start, right about there.
This, in essence, a 6:05 start with the game even, but already 11 innings in the books.
Well, got a possibility of seeing sudden death overtime all over the city this evening.
I don't know if my heart can take it twice in one day. 2-1 on Fuentes with 2 outs. And now a strike away from stranding that leadoff double. Pirates have Frazier, Harrison, and Jaso due up in the bottom of the 12th.
We'll pull something out of Porgy and Bess and start singing some overtime and the living is easy.
Wow.
Way back.
Well, that's a reference. Two, and now full on Fuentes with Nick Ahmed, who homered to put the Diamondbacks ahead in the 11th. Out on deck.
That's a loyal group right there. Strike out the side after a leadoff double.
Or how about a comebacker?
That works.
Nice job by Jan Marinez. Stranding the leadoff two-base hit by Lamb. And Frazier, Harrison, and Jaso coming up. Music from Cody Jenks coming to stage AE on June 29th. And some thrilling heroics in the rain by Jordy Mercer. And 5-5 as we go to the bottom of the 12th. And after the rain came a rainbow. Maybe there's some luck at the end of that for the Pirates here. They have not led yet in this game.
I'll take the pot of gold. I'll give you all the luck.
TJ McFarland is on for Frazier, Harrison, and Jaso. 2 out of 3 lefties coming up. If the Pirates do take a lead in this game, they will win it. We're in the 12th.
Yeah, we'll be short-lived. It'll be over. Quite wonderful.
Slowly hit. Ahmed makes it look easy. Let's take a look at our in-game box score, and there's a lot of crossing outs. We'll clean it up for you. As Frazier now 0 for 6 after that bounce out. Harrison and Jaso freeze, all part of the original order. Diaz a substitute, and McCutcheon still in there. Pitcher batting in that 7th spot. It's going to be Marinez until he can't pitch anymore. Mercer and then Bell at the bottom. Pirates have used 23 players out of their 25.
McFarland very tough. Start of the year AAA. He's come up. He's pitched 12 innings, given up just 1 run. He was with the Baltimore Orioles last year. Jay McFarland.
Hard hit, but snared by Lamb. And quickly 2 gone in the Pirates' 12th inning. McFarland, as you mentioned, Steve, has been tough. You know, 1 earned run in his last, what, 11 2/3 coming in. So Torey Lovullo has a few more options right now. He still has Chafin, a lefty, and Wilhelmsen, a righty, available out of his bullpen. Jaso doubled off a lefty, Jorge De La Rosa, in the 10th inning. A 2-out double. That was his first extra base hit off a lefty in 2 seasons.
Well, maybe we'll just have to get 6 or 7 out of Jan Marinas. Who knows?
Yeah, he's not pitched more than 2 2/3 in the big leagues, but desperate times call for desperate measures. As long as he puts up zeros.
He acquitted himself very nicely after a leadoff double.
Ended up stranding the runner right there.
Good day for John Jaso. 3 knocks, 5 trips coming into this at bat.
And now 2-2. Speaking of Marinas, if it does get that far, he has not started a game since 2010, 7 years ago, just to give you an idea of the last time he's had any extended outings. Today may be that day. And underneath it. And Peralta takes care of it. Top of the lineup down in order for the Pirates. 13th inning coming up. Still 5 apiece. Pirates have not led in this game, but they have battled back to tie it on multiple occasions. And Nick Ahmed thought he had given the Diamondbacks the lead for good with that 2-out home run in the rain. 3 of his 5 home runs this year against the Pirates. And he will lead off this 13th.
Nothing really cheap about that home run.
No, it was a major poke.
Up in the back bullpen.
Jan Marina is on in his 2nd inning of relief.
Not too many late inning managerial matchups available.
Nope, just roll them out there and see what happens. There'll be a lot of that here today.
This is a 5-card showdown.
For instance, The man in the on deck circle is the pitcher. We're going to start seeing some of that. One out. Ahmed retired. Yeah, especially with nobody aboard here, why burn through a pitcher? So TJ McFarland, who has all of one at bat, 2 plate appearances total in the major leagues, a sacrifice and a strikeout.
And apparently left his batting gloves back in Arizona.
Might he not own them? Maybe a golf glove or something. Kind of how it got started, right?
Yeah.
Falk Harrelson will tell you the story, right?
Yep. He might not need any gloves here with that first swing.
Got your scout's eyes on. And McFarland, this would be his first major league hit.
Not that we're looking for that.
He never got in a plate appearance at all in the minors.
As expected.
So the 3rd strikeout for Marínez.
Easy pickings for the Pirate pitcher.
He has retired 5 in a row since Lamb's leadoff double in the 12th. Gregor Blanco with a pair of hits and a walk today. 2 out of 5. Arizona, after this, packs up and heads out to Miami. This is in the midst of an 11-game road trip for them. In terms of games, it's their longest trip in 7 years. For the Pirates, this concludes a stretch where they played 33 out of 34 days. So both teams certainly a little bit more weary than usual. And Marínez has retired 6 in a row. He sends down the Diamondbacks in order. Freese, Diaz, McCutchen coming up for the Pirates. And the Renegades never surrender. That's assuming the other guy's a renegade. I'm just checking his phone. Thanks for sticking with us here today through an hour and 33-minute rain delay.
Well, your Pittsburgh Pirates can never be accused of mailing it in, can they?
No, they came back a couple of times.
This homestand's been wild in that category.
Scored a run in the 9th off Fernando Rodney. 2-out home run by Jordy Mercer in the 11th. David Freese drove in a run with a fielder's choice back in the 6th inning. Now Now the beauty of the game of baseball. It can end in a moment. Twisting down the line. And a foul ball.
Everything that happens, all I can do is, I've gotten to the point, all I can do is think of possible songs that will relate for you. I walk the line. It's just, I can't stop thinking.
Well, keep turning the pages in
Yeah,
the
yeah,
karaoke book.
Okay.
One of these will work. See if there's something that doesn't require any vocal range.
Okay.
It's fun to hear the sounds too.
Well, you can. Gary Cederstrom, our tip of the cap to the umpires who've been through this whole thing also, and a call.
He faced a tough decision too during the 11th inning. It started to rain, and then it really started to rain. And the Diamondbacks then took a lead. He sensed that there might be a possible conclusion. Played through the bottom of the 11th. Then once the Pirates tied it on the Mercer home run, the field was in some rough shape. He had to put the brakes on the thing. So Freeze, the leadoff man, gone in the Pirates' 13th inning.
Yeah, big strike thrown there by McFarland. 3-2 count. Pirates do not get the leadoff man on.
Pirates have not had a runner with less than 2 outs since the 9th. That's when Rodney walked a couple, and then there was an error by Paul Goldschmidt. Pirates today 2 for 9 with runners in scoring position. The Diamondbacks are 1 for 15. Diamondbacks out hitting the Pirates 12-10. Into the sun. Lamb records the second out. Well, another chance. Just like on Monday. How about bookending the series with game-winning home runs? McCutchen has doubled and singled, also walked today. That home run he hit on Monday to win it, his 6th game-winning home run of his career, tying Willie Stargell and Ralph Kiner for the Pirates' all-time record.
Here's your chance, Andrew.
McCutchen has hit well against lefties this year, slugging over 700. Hitting .333 coming into today's action. But facing McFarland for the first time.
By the way, in case you're wondering about these poor Cubbies out in San Diego, the Padres swept the Chicago Cubs, the defending world champs, with a 2-1 win earlier today.
Now that cardboard sign still in business, and that's some pretty good artwork there too. Now McCutchen ahead in the count.
I don't know if it's just because it was so dark before. They're out in the sun. There seems to be so much glare, and you see the Arizona infielders over on the left side trying to make sure they got their caps down far enough to able to make a play.
3-1. And now they're going to intentionally walk McCutchen. They don't want to throw him that 3-1 pitch. And the Pirates would have Jan Marinez. That's it. So
why not?
I mean, you're not going to bat him for Nova and Williams because those guys can't pitch. So it's Marinez until his arm falls off.
Yeah, that sounds more like a sentence than an opportunity.
Well, for Marinez, If he hangs around long enough and the Pirates have this chance, he can earn his first win in almost 7 years. He won his first major league game in July of 2010. He has not won since. Most of the time in the minor leagues, of course, between victories. But he's the guy. And he is dispatched to end the 13th. Inning number 14 coming up here tonight. For battle. 14th inning coming up. One of the few reserves available. He and Williams, that's it, on the Pirate bench. Now he's ready, just in case.
It has come to this.
And look at Instagram. The Pirates' wives trip is this road trip. And so Garrett Cole's wife, Amy, is preparing the cockpit and getting ready to, I guess she's going to fly the plane to New York.
Yeah, don't forget the turn signal if you're going to change lanes.
Hey, they're just waiting. Here, we've got you a 14th inning. Thanks for joining us, those of you that worked all day. Surprised to see us on your TV set. Nova's getting loose, just in case. Pirates have used 23 players.
I know starting pitchers live for this kind of stuff. I might get out there. I might not do anything. I probably won't, but I might get out there.
Yeah, get your spikes back on. And
you know what you do? You keep walking back and forth in front of the manager, so he doesn't forget that
I'm
you're
available. Pirates have already used Cole as a pinch hitter. There's a base hit for David Peralta here in Marinas' third inning of relief. But yeah, Cole has come in as a pinch hitter, and Glasnow's been a pinch runner. Peralta, whoop. Yeah, a little bit beachy out there after play continued during the rain during the 11th.
Slow track.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, bet on the mutters.
Won't see a lot of guys trying to run, and if they do, they'll be slowed down a little bit. Paul Goldschmidt homered back in the 6th. It's weird because you mentioned this earlier, Steve, during that 11th inning, it looked like it was dark, like it was
before the lights came on.
Pretty much, pretty much nighttime. Yep. And it's weird. It feels like it's a new day. Now you got to wear the sunglasses. The lights.
I tell you, yeah, center field and left field is a little bit of an issue right now. They're in the big open area.
This is a time of day that usually there is not a game, right? 7 o'clock and maybe 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, first couple innings at 7 o'clock start. But they got some issues out there.
We're at the 6-hour mark now from when this game began. I'm sure you've been involved in long games like this.
Oh yeah.
Now as a pitcher, I'm sure it's way different. But what did your teammates say in terms of, you know, avoiding fatigue and trying to keep that sharpness and keep the energy up?
You just go out there and try to put one foot in front of the other and just keep trying to concentrate. But me as a starting pitcher, I'd have been out of there. I've been about my 4th beverage by now, sitting in the clubhouse.
Yeah, get that water in you.
Yep.
All to strike.
I know, I can guarantee you that if I had started a game like this, I would have eaten everything I could find in the clubhouse. Back then, we didn't have a kitchen and a chef, a catered menu, and all that stuff.
Well, that looked like that was low, and Paul Goldschmidt thought so. Cracked foul.
I'll rattle around.
Trying to have some fun. Why not? 14th inning. Who knows how this one's going to go. John Marinas, a new Pirate this month. Runner goes on 3-2. And Peralta will retreat. Yeah, Marinas has never completed 3 innings in a major league game. He's going to have to do that here today, at least.
Trying to get the cleats a little bit clear of the mud. Look.
Peralta started and stopped that time.
This keeps up, he might have mud up to his ankles.
Yeah, a little bit muddy out there. They put that drying agent down to absorb the water that fell, and so it's not as compact. Kind of a light layer of dirt over hardened earth. Peralta runs, and that will keep him out of any possible double play. Goldschmidt is the first out in the 14th. 8-pitch at bat.
But he winds up getting an out of it, out of it at the cost of 90 feet. 90 feet's precious right now, as the Diamondbacks go into scoring position. What are we going to do with Jake Lamb? We're going to walk him? Yep.
He's had 3 extra base hits today.
Get on the other side of him. Set up the double play. It all makes sense.
Owings very tough to double up, but that's the play, is to skip over Lamb. Owings doubled in the 8th. 312 hitter. There's no walk in the park, but yeah, Lamb, not only today, but really all season, has been one of baseball's toughest hitters. Two on with 1 out. That rolls through. Here comes Peralta, and it's bobbled by Jaso, allowing him to score. Now the runners move up as the throw came into Harrison. And it's 2nd and 3rd with 1 out, and Arizona leads 6-5. Now, there was little chance to get Peralta, but once the ball was bobbled, that cinched that.
Yeah, there's still a lot of moisture on the outfield grass, and you're picking up a wet baseball. This was not going to be a chance for an out at home plate.
And then the throw comes into Harrison, and the runners moved up on that. Yeah, it rained for about an hour and a half.
So, to try to prevent more damage.
Chris Iannetta 0 for 6. So the error allowed the runners to advance on the RBI single by Owings. Foul ball. Well, with Owings' good speed at second, base hit to the outfield. Wow, look at that. Got to really.
Trying to make a play down the line.
Dive.
Just
Well done.
off the leather.
Able to keep it away from that adult. Gave it to a kid. All right, now one for her, and then everybody's happy, right? You have to give him the ball. Learning about sharing.
It's a very tough lesson early in life.
Well, maybe she'll get one still tonight. You want some blue cotton candy? Two on Iannetta. Now it's full. Diaz able to get in front of that one with Lamb at third. Arizona has scored a run on the RBI hit by Owings. This is about as deep as Marinez has gone in a game in his major league career. This is the third inning. And he comes back to strike out Iannetta.
Right there and swinging. Boy, that is
only pitch in the zone.
Right down Broadway. Swings through it. Well, the reality of this game has been miserable conditions, but somebody's going to get a W, somebody's going to get an L, and everybody goes on with their business. People with the W feel a little bit better.
Hard roller. Fuentes taken care of, so Marinez limits it to the 1 run in the longest outing of his career. Jordy Mercer is going to lead off the bottom of the 14th inning. He tied it last time. Can he do it again? He's coming up as we got the last of the 14th on its way. So have taken a lead. Chris Owings with that RBI single. But the last 2 times that Jordy Mercer has come to bat, the Pirates have been down a run facing their final half inning, and he has come through. The run has come across while he's been at the plate. Last time around, Mercer homered.
Well, stay tuned. Thought we were going to need more than one, but just one at the top of the inning.
Flared out to Peralta. That's the first out here in the 14th. Well, Mercer already keeping the game going twice. Can somebody else be the hero to keep it going and maybe even win this thing? TJ McFarland in his 3rd inning of relief. Josh Bell has struck out all 3 times. Coming in as a substitute halfway through this one. Longest game in terms of innings for both teams this season. And surely in terms of time for the Pirates. Owings collects the 2nd out. Pirates hitless since Mercer's 11th inning home run. And hitless today, Adam Frazier. You don't see an 0 for 6 from him very often. Maybe he can come through and extend this one. Pirates have never led in this game, though they have fought valiantly.
But they remain in the shadows here with 2 outs.
Ball 1. Frazier, the Pirates' last hope in the 14th. They had the shift on, and that's that. And the Diamondbacks endure as they win this one today in 14 innings, 6-5. They take the series in a wild, wet, and wacky Wednesday affair.
Couldn't have said it better, Joe. I got nothing for you.
Well, all-around effort by both teams, and hey, it's fun to watch these games when they start getting going a little bit. Didn't think we'd have a night game for you when it started at 12:35, but they persevere. Both teams will collect their things and head out to various road trips. The Pirates to New York, and the Diamondbacks out to Miami, and they'll do it after taking this series and the season series as well. 6-5 the final in 14 innings. And let's take you out now, patiently waiting, Robin Zeke.
Joe and Steve, thanks very much. And Teak, unfortunately, plenty of heroics on both teams. Game going back and forth. Looked like Arizona had won it a couple times.